Talk Show. Recorded live.
Hello?
Yep.
Hey man, how you doing?
So,
Yeah. What's going on?
um, uh, I don't know. I'm just on this call to see if people want to talk about anything. I don't know.
You gonna call Glenn?
Not now. Too late for that now.
So is anyone gonna come on or you don't know yet?
One guy's on. Yeah, Marcus Allen. Yeah, you can call in. Yeah. What was I gonna say? What were you saying? Um, in that message you sent me.
We were talking about time and space.
Yeah,
Talking about a lot of things.
Yeah, you were saying something about like you had a theory of
Yeah, but what specifically?
it was something about unremembering, creation unremembering.
Yeah, I was saying that there's a possibility perhaps this, well see, the thing is, this is just an idea or a theory that Glenn put out, and then there's also alternative theories you can come up with. In the post I was merely saying that it's possible creation isn't performing an experiment. And if it is though, on the other hand, it's possible that it doesn't know anything, it's relearning. At the point of conception it knew everything, and afterward it started to unremember, as in the opposite.
What do you mean, forgetting?
Yeah, as in it's forgetting everything so it can remember again after the big crunch. And then you don't know if you're in the big crunch or not, because even though everything is reversed, you perceive everything as if it's going forward.
I can understand you not knowing anything about the big crunch. That sounds interesting, but I don't know I'm not sure about forgetting, because how could it forget or know that? I mean, that's because it takes that knowledge that it learns and it starts another universe with it. So why would it forget?
That if there's other universes, I'm just putting the theory out that if it wants to relearn, it seems likely that it forgot what it already knew, so it can relearn an updated version in this universe.
Are you taking that principle that you see with like people do, and you're applying it to creation, that idea?
Something like that. Just how people are giving the experience to creation. It's a possibility. I'm not saying it's like this. Different ways you can look at it.
Yeah, that day I was just looking at like stuff on the internet about gravity and stuff like that. And I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, I put out the thing to you, and then I said, how can creation do all this, but it can't figure out how to make a sensory system for itself, to experience for itself? And then I think you responded with, creation is eternal, or it doesn't experience time, so how can it experience? You said something like that.
Oh yeah, 'cause that's what I said. Time is experience. So like, if it resides outside of time, how can it experience time? If it's beyond time, because what we are, we're outside of time. The reality is we're outside of time, but this life, these life experiences, is inside of time. is time. That's what birth and decay and all that stuff is just time transpiring.
What do you mean by we?
Yeah, just life, people,
Physical
organic.
bodies?
What?
Do you mean like our physical bodies?
Yeah. Yeah.
You asked me, did I imply that time only exists in the mind? And I didn't answer that. The answer to that is it exists outside of the mind, and the mind perceives time in a certain way.
I think there's just so many ways of looking at it. Probably time, because they do experiments. They see that people can like speed up time, but our whole conception of time, I think, is different from. I mean, I was reading about an old like Carl Jung book I bought a while ago, and he talks about archaic man. He calls them. He calls it primitive men. He said, and the way they saw things were like we see events as just a single event. I guess because of the way we're brought up, and we see like just a single event, but they see an event and they see it all connected with everything else. It's like one big connection. And he said that they weren't that different from us. They actually a lot like us, primitive men, meaning that they had assumptions, like almost like everything they attributed to spirits and sorcery, and not and I can see that as because of another influence that understood those things, and I guess that's like it's the same influence as religion.
What does he mean by primitive man?
He meant like natives, aboriginal people.
Does he mean did they have language? Do you think?
Yeah, they had language.
Because there obviously was a point where we didn't have language, and then we somehow built it.
Yeah. But then what's the definition of language, right? It's what this communication between
I
two
think
entities.
I define it as a communication system. A fully sophisticated language has some type of alphabet where you can formulate.
Oh, you're talking about alphabet. So you're talking about like pictographic language.
A sophisticated language. A primitive language would just have sounds to denote different things, common actions.
Because that's what an alphabet system. It seems to be language crunched down, refined, maybe you could say.
It's interesting though if we knew what the first forms of communication actually were, whether it was a form of telepathy or it was actual just communication.
What's a form of telepathy?
If it's either a form of telepathy or a form of regular language, as with communication, just talking. Because I've had my own personal experiences with people who have been practicing with telepathy beyond a reasonable doubt. It's at least been shown to me that reading active minds is possible, and this was shown in Torpa too, how they can read minds.
Yeah.
One guy in particular I know, he's probably assassinated by now. He had to flee to Germany. I don't know what he's doing now, but possibly he was assassinated. And I know one other called psychic. Hold on one second. Hello? Yeah. And then I know one here in California, but it's actually two, but they work for the FBI. So I don't trust them at all.
There's
But
a lot of stuff going out there in California.
yeah,
There's a lot of those types of, I guess, mindsets that would be interested in, I guess, in telepathy. But it seems it's because I remember reading about what's his face, Gorbachev was involved in that whole. In that way, like the Green movement started in California.
the Green movement was popularized here, but I don't think it started here. I think that's an Eastern thought that came here.
Yeah.
But there has been a lot of history in this realm, and the orchestrated media, whether extended or local, has been designed to make people believe that these types of things do not exist. So they're automatically skeptical whenever people talk about these occurrences. It's like a reaction to be entirely skeptical and to just deny it outright without hearing the background information.
Yeah, I think it's because it's tied in. Because there's a lot of really people who practice spirituality. I think there's a lot of religious people in California, like the New Age type of.
Yeah.
And there's a sign I noticed that with the surfers, where they extend the pinky and the thumb out, and that's a symbol of Y in sign language.
Really?
Epsilon, whatever they call it. But yeah, with that telepathy, with the language, I think it's you talk as you're having a dialogue with somebody, and telepathy can be involved in that. But that's only like if you're on like the same type of wavelength with a person, or maybe even not that, because I see like women seem to have similar cycles when they around each other.
How about that?
Hmm?
I think they just picked that up biologically in some way we don't know.
Yeah.
But concerning telepathy, what I do know, not for fact, but what I think is most probable, is that there are at least two modes of mental communication, one public and one private.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is, since we don't know how to block our thoughts from other people, whatever we're thinking actively within our minds can be intercepted. That's the danger. And that was the allegory in Editorpa as well.
Yeah, it's like a huge web of communication that spans over the entire planet, and I think that's what the computer reads. It's like part of the computer.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how the modern man today, or someone with the common public opinion, would think that they would be using the internet to harvest people's collective mind, but they can already do this through a different medium via telepathy. It's kind of like the problem with RFID chips, how people think that they need to put a chip inside you to track you when they can do that via biology.
And I see, I did a little, not too deep of a research, like with the dentist, and I noticed, like they put a lot of metals in people's mouth, like fillings and stuff. When I had to go to the dentist, I didn't want that, and there's like an alternative they have. It's like some non-metallic type of substance you can put in, and I noticed that the dentist he did not want to put this in my mouth. Like it was like he tried so hard, and then finally he's like, I'm not doing it. I'm not even gonna work on you. And then I went to another dentist, and they're like, oh yeah, shit, we'll put it in. That's overused. I didn't understand that. Like it was like, And this is the dentist I went to. The first one was a university dentist. It's one of like the biggest university out on this side of the island, I think. And
Wow.
and you know, I've looked into it and I've heard other. I don't know how true it is, but I heard other people say that these metals kind of like mess with like I guess the natural type of waves or something that's going in your own head, or maybe it's the medulla that it can manipulate. And I remember talking with somebody saying that maybe that's why Egyptians and stuff would wear so much gold around their heads. Didn't even know it. Maybe they were being manipulated, and maybe that's why even in the music industry you see a lot of gold in the mouth is highly promoted. All types of gold in their mouth that they put earring, all types, all types of gold, metals or whatever, platinum.
Problem is, we're dealing with the general concept, and we can't focus on the details because we don't know the way of measuring it.
Yeah.
The same thing applies to scientists. If they don't have a way of measuring the things that we're talking about now, they'll just simply call it unlikely until evidence comes out to otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
So it's totally possible. Either that dentist had financial incentives, or she was following an order from the institution, and the institution gets orders from a higher.
Yeah, oh yeah, like that's what it is. That the dentists, they don't, not that they know. It's just it's kind of been embedded into the system as like, you know, those things that everybody goes along with, and it's just the whole. I think it was something that was established a long time ago, and it's just people, just these everyday dentists, they just all go along. But I don't think specifically each dentist knows, you know, what they're doing, because it's so refined. These systems of control, I think, it's so refined, and the quality is so high. You know, it's not. I think it's just everyday things people take for granted.
It's sophisticated propaganda.
Sophisticated propaganda, but it's yeah, you could say propaganda too, but it's just like a structure that's like.
I was talking about Elal's version of propaganda. It's
like, yeah. Mhm.
And we know that they've already mastered the reason that occurs within people's minds, and they know how to manipulate the consequences of actions, so they can they can otherwise predict how to make people do certain things via the Hegelian dialectic, or just by understanding what causes to put to induce certain consequences. They have this calculated, even down to a formula, so they know exactly what to do.
Yeah, well, I just see like how it's just like so refined, man. Like how they can, like what we think, like when you look at civilized people and every way they look at things, even their conception of reality is just so altered. But I realized they couldn't do it. Just like it was like a gradual process, like they had to do it to the Aboriginal, and then gradually through the Aboriginal, then civilized, and then they killed off the Aboriginal, all out of them.
Sociologically, it's gradual, but once they mastered genetic engineering, they can make it punctuated.
Yeah.
Imagine if they had the technology just to instill memories into your mind.
Yeah, I've seen that allegory so many times that this computer can communicate with people, and it doesn't even directly to your mind and use images from your own unconscious mind to communicate with you. That's what it suggests, And maybe even how we define telepathy, maybe it's something bigger than that. Because I remember in the other conversation we had, when was it? A month, 3 weeks ago, and Glenn was saying how the telepathy. He said we would call it telepathy. That's how we would define it, I guess. That's the closest way. That's the thing. Each word is. We have a word that defines something, but so much is taken away from the true form, I guess, the true essence of what it is, and we just kind of sculpt it into and square it, I guess you could say.
That's because we're not speaking from mind to mind.
Yeah.
We're filtering what's in our mind.
Yeah, and then when we speak mind to mind, but I don't think it was just pure mind to mind in the beginning. I think it was verbal too, verbal and body movements. Everything was looked at as a whole, as a way of communication. I guess everything synchronistically was a form of communication. And
it still seems that mind was the highest form of communication. And
yeah, but if they had minds, just minds in the beginning, they wouldn't have mouths. That's why these guys don't have mouths. I've seen that. In many science fiction, these people who don't have mouths at all, they just communicate with their mind. I mean, how do they even eat food?
Well, yeah, I was just about to mention that perhaps they did have mouths just for eating. It's the evolution of the vocal cords that we need to look at.
Mm-hmm.
You can analyze the vocal cords of all the different species, and you can see that man has a sophisticated one that allows speech.
Mm-hmm.
We have special brain areas that promote speech, and if that area were damaged, it can have peculiar effects. You can look at Broca's area, Wernicke's area. I think there's a few others where you can either not speak or you can speak but not understand what you're saying. 1 second.
Jared, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on?
Not too much. I have a couple questions for you.
Yeah.
So what's your status with Alan Watt? What do you think about him?
I don't really think too much about the guy. Honestly, I mean. Hello?
Yeah, I was telling Marcus you're still thinking about Alan.
I'm still. I actually listen. He's the only person I listen to every day, even though I know he's full of garbage on a lot of stuff. But there's also a lot of stuff that he has woken me up to, and I check it out. And half the stuff checks out, half the stuff is total garbage. But out of all the people that are out there, he's the one who got me to the point I'm at right now, and I'm thankful for that. But I mean, I think I would punch the guy in the face for scaring us to death. So I'm not happy about that. So I just wanted to know what you guys thought. I mean, do you stop listening to him, or?
Well, think about this. After you go to school and you finish high school, you're going to move on. You're not going to stay at the 12th grade and keep learning the same thing. Alan Watt is repetitive. He's hiding something.
Mm-hmm.
During the Jackie True calls, he gave out his phone number. He still has the same number, but if you try calling in, he has it disconnected. He won't pick up. The only time he'll pick up is if you call him 30 seconds prior to him going on air.
Right, because he gets a call from the producer of RBN, right?
Right, that's the only time he puts that online.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but when you say, you graduated from high school and you move on, when I graduated from school, as much as I'm not a big fan of school, it helped me realize that 2 + 2 is 4, and I can use that throughout my life.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, you can use it. You know, those tools. You know, but that's it. They're just tools. Don't let the tool work you. You have to work the tool.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if it wasn't for Alan Watt, I wouldn't have figured out that the secret code in logos, which is just, they just hit me smack in the face actually on January 1st of this year, is 3 eclipses of the sun, and that includes Alex Jones's logo, by the way.
Mm.
Did you know that?
No, I never looked at the logo. Yeah, because it's just, you're going to see, I actually did a post about Alex Jones the other day, and just put, like, there's so many connections that you just keep finding more and more. You know, they're just, after a while, it's not about, like, oh, I'm surprised he works for the system. It's more about, okay, what's their job or whatever. You know, and then after a while, you don't even pay attention to him. It's like,
and Jared,
it's
I
like
would,
looking at Obama every day come on TV. I mean, you can't pay attention to everything.
No, I know that's, in fact, that's comedy, and it's poor comedy. But again, with Alan, if I didn't listen to him every day, again, I would not have figured out that the code between Masons to know who you're going to visit and give your business to is 3 eclipses of the sun, or the sun. And if you look at literally every Fortune 500 logo, every pharmaceutical logo, it is stunning. I actually have a whole collection of images that I've been collecting since January 1st. I've got like 300. I haven't even scratched the surface. And now it's comedy to see. That's how they communicate, is that they're communicating through their logos.
Yeah, they communicate through logos. They communicate through, go to graveyard, for instance, right?
Right.
And you'll see certain gravestones have evergreen trees on top of them.
Well, and you can also see
they always use these evergreen plants. It's all symbols of genetic engineering. Evergreen, future is green, and ever is like eternal. It's saying so that they use this is for future use. Their DNA.
Hello.
Hello.
Marcus.
Yo.
Hello.
You said that I wouldn't let you on my show. This must be radio.
This must be iconoclast.
Yeah, you lied about me. You said that you tried to call in my show and I wouldn't let you in.
That's true.
And when was this? You're a liar. I'm on the air now. What do you want to ask me?
I don't remember. This was about 1.5 years ago when I called in and you cut me off.
That's a lie because my show's only been going since last year, May. So once again, you're proven to be a liar.
Okay, I'm a liar. You got me.
You're a liar.
No, you're right.
Yeah, this is not the place for this, man. It's not the place for this.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I got a question for you though, Jared. Can you explain? I put a link in the room. Can you explain what Glenn Keeley is trying to tell us in that link I put in the chat room?
I don't know what the link is. I don't know.
Well, can you see it in the chat room there?
I can't really do two things. What, like, you want me to? Why don't you call him and ask him that?
Well,
I'm not his spokesperson.
Well, every time I turn around,
I'm not these guys.
Promoting him. You're promoting him, and I can't get a hold of him. Last time I tried to contact him, just like yourself, you don't want to answer my questions.
You're asking me questions about another guy, and you want me to speak for another person. I can't do that, man.
But you always bring him up as though he has something intelligent and useful. So why can't you answer when I ask you a question?
Why don't you just do the search, man? Like if you listen to what they're saying, if you've been listening, there's a certain steps, things that you got to go through to understand that.
Well,
and I don't know if you've done all that, man. I don't know if you've done that. It doesn't seem like you have.
When you get a chance, will you look at the link I put in the room and try and, from your perspective, explain what Glenn Keeley is trying to tell me that I'm not getting?
Mhm.
Can you do that for me at some point tonight?
Yeah, if I have a chance.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
So you said you wanted to ask something else, Marcus?
Yes, I wanted to get your thoughts on what you guys thought about the moon.
Do you mean its composition or?
Just everything about it, everything from symbology to do you think it's 246,000 miles away to, I just watched The Truman Show with my son last week, and it's amazing that if I'm big into patterns.
That was a good movie.
It was a great movie. Actually, a very good movie. And if you look at patterns, you'll see that Jim Carrey is always in a movie about the moon.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
so have you thought about it?
There's a moon goddess. That's I think it's kind of significant. They call her Celine, the moon goddess. Certain people, I remember reading about it, like serve this moon goddess. And I think that's what they're all referring to. They serve this moon goddess.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not completely sure. I'm
not communicating properly. I don't think that the moon is what they're telling us the moon is all about. If you were to go, like I live in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, and we have a lot of mountains. And if it's a perfectly clear day, which is very unusual nowadays, with the engineered weather, the created weather, and you can see as far as the eye can go, you can see about 25 to 50 miles depending. Yet we're told that the moon is some 246,000 miles away, is relatively small. It's 2,100 plus miles wide. Yet we can see that with the naked eye. Doesn't that sound impossible to you? Just critical thinking here. I'm asking both of you guys.
You can see a lot of things in outer space with the naked eye. You can see a lot of see stars. I mean,
but every
Galileo could see stuff like that.
Every single satellite photo of the Earth does not include stars. Every single one. Why is that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just putting that out there for you to think about.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is, I didn't know what your. First of all, I always thought your name was Jared, as in Jarrod. I didn't know it was Jerd. And then on your website, you posted your last name, which is quite interesting because the president of Haiti shares the same name as you.
Yeah, that's on my father's side. That was his I was his grandfather through marriage.
Do you know the history about him?
Yeah, he was supposedly he was like he killed a bunch of people, and that's what the story goes. He killed a bunch of people, and the people on the day of their family member's funeral, they came and basically in a mob they killed him in front of his house.
Because allegedly, according to history, he was the president of Haiti from March 4th till the 27th of July in 1915.
Mm-hmm.
That was a pretty short tenure, huh?
Yeah, he was, that's how it is, and power and keeping power is so unstable. And those people who, once they get power, it drives them crazy. They do things. These people, you'll see that in Roman dynasties and stuff. I mean, on that's like a side of my family. I don't even really. I'm just trying to learn about that. I just found out my other grandfather through blood was involved in politics and was killed because he was against the government, and so they killed him.
Hmm?
So it's just like a really unstable place, that area.
Mm-hmm.
Always under some type of dictatorship. It's interesting when you look at the names of the presidents of Haiti. And I was speaking when I speak to people from Haiti, and I ask them, when did the country go downhill? And they say, it went downhill right after the Duvalier. And his name was Papa Doc, and he had a son called Baby Doc. And you can find videos on him on YouTube, interesting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at his name, Duvalier, it means the value. You look at it, and it says the value. And he was doing exactly what he was supposed to do, kind of bring the country to its knees.
Hmm.
But it's interesting, the history of Haiti and how it was founded. And people never talk about. I don't hear anybody talking about the people that were there before Haitian or Africans were there. And it was the Taino, Arawak Taino Indians, the natives over there, and they had a whole. Looking at their symbols, the things that they did, they were really religious type of people, and they weren't as bloodthirsty as other tribes were. They were kind of more peaceful, and they had they call them khaki cues. These men, the men were held really high in their society, and they had like so many wives, and it was like a really a woman who married to these people was like would get so many material things. It was a benefit. And Columbus came over there, and when Columbus came, some leaders sided with him, and some fought against him, and basically it was kind of like wiped out. It seems like physically they seem to be wiped out, but I think the DNA is still there. I think I may have some that blood inside me, that Indian blood, because that's when you look at Dominicans, they look Indian plus African and everything else.
It's interesting you say Indian because something tells me that the word sequoia means something to you.
That's where I live.
Right, in Coram, New York, right?
It's all these names out here in Long Island are all native people.
Right.
All native lands and stuff. And the only natives that are left, they're all black. They've all been like mixed in with the natives. So like I guess the red-skinned ones, you don't see those people around here. Maybe in like places like Arizona and stuff, the Apache tribes and those guys. There's when I read about them in encyclopedias, it's interesting what they say about a lot of these tribes. They'll just say, these people infest this place. They're bloodthirsty criminals, savages. It's crazy. They're kind of biased. But I don't doubt that there was because that's how I noticed a lot of tribes were like some tribes were peaceful, and then the other tribes they were kind of, their program was to be more warlike. And when all those tribes fought they were all fighting with each other. And it was like a perfect setup because when Lewis and Clark came there, he was like the peacemaker in a sense. He was like that Jesus Christ, that synthesis. Who just came there and just bring these people to peace, and I'm sure it didn't last, but that's what it seemed like he did. So I'm still learning about. I'm actually supposed to call up some Taino center, and it's interesting. The word Taino means Tain. It's Tain. The word Tain, and that's what Freemasonry is all about.
Tain, T as in Tom, A-I-N.
Yeah. Taino. It's the back of a mirror. They're saying so. Like their lifestyle, Native people, is just a complete mirror of original people's lifestyle. It's like an altered, a warped version of it. And so they, you think about it, it's like the getting dialectic. You had the original, then you had the primitive, and then you have us now. But that's what they are. Taino, the Tain, back of a mirror, reflecting nature. They use nature as like a veil to cover themselves.
So if I can get back, I wanted to get back to Alan Watt and wanted to talk about Glenn Keely. So you just totally ignore, both of you totally ignore Alan Watt these days?
There's nothing like, I kind of do my own like research, and I don't listen to talking heads for information. Because because he's just the media.
Right.
I just do my own search, and I find a lot more on my own, than. I mean, sure, you'll have guys that give you insights, but that's it. It's the same thing with if I read a book. Like I was reading just a chapter on Carl Jung, and the rest is you can throw out because in that one chapter that I read I had to sculpt and take out so much bullshit, but I essentially understood, I overstood what he was saying about primitive people. But somebody who can't do that, they kind of come to different conclusions when they look at that same material. And it gets tiring after a while. Everything that you read has to be sculpted and dissected, and you can't just have raw truth. The only place you can get that is in nature, and if you're in that environment.
Mm-hmm.
But not all of us have that benefit of living like that.
And that leads into Glenn Keely. So you think Glenn Keely is telling us the truth compared to Alan Watt?
He's telling you a lot more. He's not he's not going to sit there and explain everything. It's kind of like he's at a certain level, and he'll tell you what he's seeing at that point, but to understand what he's saying, you gotta go through a process. You have to do your own homework, kind of thing.
But you know what the problem, Jared? You know what the problem with doing your own homework is that even for a sharp guy like you, you're going to get spun, as Alan likes to say, into la la land, thinking you're going down the right path.
Well, how do you say that?
Well, for example, take anything recent, like have you been following the Tucson shooting?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think? Do you think the official story we're told is true?
No, it's not. It's not that. I'm not looking at it where this is all a stage, and it's just the communication. They use crude methods of communicating to their insiders. They can use mass slaughter to communicate a certain type of message. And depending who's looking at it, it's the observer. What's inside the mind of the observer? We can all look at. Everybody in this room could look at something, and we'll all get something different from it.
Mm-hmm.
On our life experience. Some people will see, this is just propaganda, and on one level it is, but it's a message that they're saying.
But here's the thing, though. You see, if I were to do my homework and try to figure out whether what really happened, again, without the help of people like Alan Watt, I would have thought that the Tucson shooting really happened, that people really died, and it was coincidentally 9/11. By the way, my wife teaches that family. Dallas Green, who's the baseball coach in Philadelphia, she actually teaches in the school district where that family goes. Mm-hmm. And that, there's a 9/11 reference and all that. What's interesting is when you look at the video of the shooting, there's not a drop of blood at the scene. Did you know that?
No.
So when you do your homework, it depends where you look, and a lot of people don't know to go really deep like that. So a lot of people are going to be fooled by this psyop that people are being shot, that 33 people were rescued.
But when the media puts it out, right? Media puts it out, and how they present it is all, especially it's encoded.
Absolutely. I'll even tell you the code. I bet you don't know this. If you look at the headlines and it says at least 19 people died, at least 33 people died, that's code of a psyop. Did you know that?
That doesn't really matter, really.
Sure.
I used to listen to Alan Watt all the time. I don't listen to him anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The Tucson shooting, if Alan Watt's good for anything, he's good for you being able to get to the point of not having to listen to him anymore. The Tucson shooting, I wouldn't need Alan Watt to. I'm sure Jared too. We had listened to Alan Watt for years, man. We called him personally ourselves, off the record before he had a RBN show. he's all right. You know, I'm not bashing him, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't cling to him too hard. You know, I would take him the same way I take Sean Hannity. But I know he's
No. Oh, come on. Now, again, I'm no fan of Alan Watt. I want to punch the guy in the face for lying to us.
But I don't even want to punch these people in the face.
No, I don't care about him.
But to say he's no better.
Like, you don't understand. These guys are made a certain way, and they're just robots, man. They haven't overcome themselves, and they're made. You can't really blame so much them. I guess after a certain age, you know, you gotta say to a person, hey, you know, have you done anything for yourself? But like, these guys are made. They're designed to just kind of be in a rut, you know, go a certain path. They're designed that way. It's socially engineered to be that way.
Well, then let me jump to another question. Do you guys think Agenda 21 is scaremongering or predictive programming?
You know, there's going to be a change, you know, to that level, but
yeah, Agenda 21 is it's a grain of truth in everything, and like, yeah, there is truth to that.
So who's the first one to introduce you guys to Agenda 21? For me, it was Alan Watt. I had never heard anyone talk about Agenda 21.
I mean, that's kind of periphery to what's important, really. I mean, it's a good hook to make you know for sure that there's something going on, but you know, you can get past that, and I don't know how to say it. I mean, I understand. I don't know. I mean, you see, I
spoke to Alan Watt, and he, you know, after speaking to him personally, I knew I didn't need to bother with him anymore.
Yeah.
That's how I am. See,
Mm-hmm.
I spoke to him personally, and I said I don't need to speak to this person anymore. You know, and he knows, like, everything that he's saying on the radio is irrelevant. He knows that. Like, I used to wonder how he kept his sanity doing it. Just repetitive saying the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah. He takes a lot longer.
Propaganda.
If you listen to him now, he takes like an extra 3 minutes, or like he's very long in the beginning. Like he used to get right into it. Now he's like pretty long, like, you know, talking about PayPal and how to reach him and how to contact him. And this is probably when he needs it less. You know, when he needed it more, supposedly needed it more, he hardly ever asked for it. You know.
Mhm.
Yeah. He gets a paycheck from the government or something.
Sure. I would. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But now I established that, I move on. You know, I don't dwell on things.
That's a big deal. You know, it's actually nice to move on. You know.
I'm sorry. It's actually what for him?
And so, you know, it's best. You know, we just. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I haven't approached it from this perspective in a while because it's just hasn't, I don't know, been important to me as much.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't need. I'm here to learn, man. If I can't learn anymore, I move on.
Yeah, if I listen to him now, he's just going to be saying the same, you know, type of things. I already know he's going to say. Like, I can watch the Tucson shootings. I can already hear Alan in my head what he's saying about it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all there. It's all there to download. You used to listen to it hours on end.
I don't know, man. I mean, there isn't a day. Maybe there's a day that goes by, but there aren't too many days that don't go by where I am taking something new that he says, and then I Google it, and then there's 3 links about it. In other words, nobody's talking about it, and then you go to check it out, and unbelievable, he's right on target about something.
Yeah, it's very, yeah.
But I don't know of, including Glenn Keely, I don't know of any single other well-known truther out there who even comes close to dropping gold nuggets like that. Do you?
You gotta understand, the system is a perfect, encoded, predictable. So it's like seeing codes, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know how the system functions,
right?
So he could present himself and say, "Hey, look at this," because he knows how it functions, and make himself look incredibly like some type of prophet or something.
Right.
That's all it is. Just once you understand that, and it's like magic he's using. It's like the Chaldean astronomers that would just use knowledge of movement of the stars and stuff. They'd use it and look like prophets or whatever they looked at. And then you realize that, and then you understand, okay, you understand that science, and then you move on.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
so moving on.
I mean, I know Alan Watt. Like, I used to check, like, on the tracker on my blog. I seen him come on. I know he came on my site a few times, probably. I don't know for what. Maybe to learn, because he does. He tries to make himself look like. I mean, saying that he's been reading Plato at 8 years old. I mean, that's ridiculous. He tries to make himself look like has everything.
Oh, I mean, he's totally full of shit. Oh, I don't spend a second of time.
We know this,
preparing.
though. We were talking about this 8 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus, you got any other questions, though?
I do. So now you're into Glenn Keely, and I heard you on Aaron Berg, talking to Aaron Berg,
mm-hmm.
and now you're saying that this is it. This is the year. It's not 2012. It's 2011 when everything comes to hell. Is that correct?
Yeah, this is my personal view. Like, all the signs that I've seen suggest that, you know.
And again, the reason they would do this to us is why?
Is why, you said?
No, I'm saying the reason they would do this on purpose to us is why?
What is this?
Bring the world to an end, and they would flee up to a higher altitude, for lack of a better phrase. Why would they kill us all off? Why would they do that?
They would replace us, really, first.
Replace us?
They don't need us anymore.
So what would they replace us with?
Super slaves.
Super slaves? That sounds like a pinball game. You mean computers?
No.
We are computers.
Right. You know what I mean, computers that have no soul.
What do you mean, no soul? They've used human beings for thousands of years, right?
Right.
All the wars, all these things, famine. It was all experimentation. It was to reform, alter human beings to how they were in the beginning, but these reformed human beings would be phonies, because they wouldn't be originally how they were. They would look like that almost, but they would be suited more to be better slaves for these people who are doing this. So all these wars, everything, all these things, to bring us to a point. And right now we're at that point where this particular place and time is part of a 6,000-year-old. That's where all the religions in the Middle East were set up from Zoroaster initially, and how the Zoroastrianism came, Judaism, Islam, Christianity. And it was a 6,000-year-old plan. St. Francis Bacon talked about it, the College of 6 Days.
Well, if you look at a Masonic announcement of their meetings, it says that we're in the year 6011 AL.
Mm-hmm.
So, Anna Lucius.
It's to destroy everything, and
it's basically you don't need this many worker slaves anymore. So you just
but
bring the population.
It's like a building, right?
Right.
What do you do when the building's done? You repo it and you crumble it and you just destroy it, and that's what they're doing.
Extract everything you need, all the lessons you've learned, and you put it into the next model.
But you see,
you don't you don't see, the technology in a 1973 BMW. And it just stays there. No, they progress every year. But
that's
still there.
But that's not true. If you look at the Model T, 25 miles to the gallon, today we get the Ford, on average the fleet, gets 25 miles to the gallon. Why is it, if they're going to destroy the old, do we have historical buildings that get special treatment?
But they're not that old.
Sure they are. They're here in Lancaster. They're like 300-something years old.
Well,
That's not really old, though.
Compared to the big plan, that's not. I mean, I understand it's historic.
It's different people. Like there's different levels in the system of people who don't know what's going on. People are going about, following the instructions, not knowing that they will be destroyed. The people who helped set up the 6,000-year-old plan I was just talking about, they'll be killed off. So it's not like it's only like a few people who survive this, because they'll be needed or whatever.
Yeah. Jared, do you think it's important to know what happened on 9/11, or is that irrelevant?
What happened?
Do you think it's
important to know what happened?
I think it's important. I think it's important to know what happened. 50,000 years ago, 60,000 years ago.
How would you know? How would you know what happened?
It's important to know what happened. Like I was saying earlier with Mike earlier, like human beings see things in just single events. It's important to know what happened on 9/11, and how it pertains to everything else, and not to just focus on 9/11.
Right.
Look at what direction.
And it's not the conclusion that people like Alan Watt are saying, where it's just more, anti-terrorism. Sure, that benefits the but that's not what it's all about, though. It's just it's bigger than that.
But when you say it's important to know what happened 50,000 years ago, as Aaron Berg would say, how would you know it happened? You weren't there to know.
Yeah, we can use. How do you know? How do you know that people landed on the moon? You weren't there. You didn't experience that. Well, you use deduction. Right?
Exactly. And what you do is you don't talk about what could have happened. What I do is I talk about what was impossible to happen. It is impossible for us to land on the moon because the LEM doorway was too small for the rover unit. And they told us that they used duct tape to patch a camera. Well, guess what happens to duct tape when it's cold? It doesn't stick. So those are the deductive reasonings I can use to know what they told us isn't true. But when I hear people say we have to look at what happened 50,000 years ago, we weren't there. We have no idea what they're telling us.
You got to start. You need a foundation. You can't just start something now, right, and then expect to find the bigger picture. To understand the big picture of everything, you need a foundation. So you got to start at the beginning.
Yeah, but what if that foundation is a psyop? That's my question.
If it is a psyop, what
sure.
do you mean?
Well, what if they told us 50,000 years ago that the moon was created and it was bullshit? It was the Truman Show. If you remember in the Truman Show, the control room was in the moon.
But that's an allegory. Like that allegory, right?
Right.
The Truman Show is interesting because they're talking about, the people on one hand, but they're explaining, but they're talking about things like how the woman is like, kind of makes him. He's like trying to find that woman, and that woman is himself in a way. It's his past. It's clan mother. It's wisdom. And you got to understand all. You have to understand that story. You have to understand what happened so long ago. Then you can overstand. And after first you got to understand what happened. Then you overstand things. And then after overstanding, you verstand. And you see where it's all going. But you can't. You need a premise, man. You need a premise to work with everything.
Well, let's say
that's how it's like what Alan was saying. To understand the mysteries, you have to understand the Carnival. It's a premise. It's a premise. You need a basic premise, at least. And as time transpires, you add to that premise, and you become. And the premise, it's like a unified theory of the world. It just gets more and more refined, and you can say it better. You can explain it to yourself better.
Right. Reflecting on your own.
So it's a deeply veiled movie. It's not just people would think, it's just they're talking about us. Yeah, that's true. They're talking about us. How everything's fake and God is this control freak. you know. And that is true, but like there's other part elements in that movie you got to pay attention to. Like,
oh yeah, actually the director.
All their names.
Right, the names, right.
A part of an allegory.
True man, right? And the director was apparently his father.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, he was engineered, man. He was an engineered baby. You know.
Mhm.
And that one lady, he was trying to he pieced together evidence to put a perfect picture of her, like I'm doing, right? I'm piecing together evidence that I find everywhere.
Right.
That's how to allegorize all the different pictures. And today's people would think, oh, he's just being obsessive, but it's seeing something else. It's you're piecing together circumstantial evidence.
Who were you saying is obsessive? Who?
Truman.
Oh, Truman.
Like how he takes pictures of the woman.
That was. Mhm. Yeah.
So all that stuff, man. Like it's. I could go on and on explaining that movie, but to explain that, you have to. It's like I gotta explain so many other things to you for you to get to grasp what the meaning of that. And I can't do that to you. I can't be your teacher, like not what am I saying? I can't be like a programmer. You gotta do your own research, and that's why I kind of try to help people and say, here, look at this premise.
I
right?
got to tell you though, Jared, when I hear people say do your homework, that to me is complete nonsense, because the homework we think that we're doing will lead us down the wrong rabbit holes.
When I say do your own homework, right, I'm talking about digging,
yeah.
not Google searches, all right? This
Right.
is not nothing to do with Google searches. This is digging deep. And when you look at history, right, you read about history,
mm-hmm.
It's a way of looking at it, okay, right? You look at certain people's figures, look at their names, and names are telling you a story, and you look at how, because you understand Freemasons, they move, they have a certain, they're creatures of habit, and you'll start seeing, okay, number 2 is number 1, you'll see, okay, a king did this, king did that, but look who was behind the king, and then you
Sure.
look at the number 2, the wife, she's the one that influenced everything, and then you just look at her and how, and you use deduction.
Right, and by the way, ironically, that was Alan Watt who first alerted me to that. I had no idea about that. He said that vice presidents were much more powerful than presidents. But if I were to do my own homework, quite frankly, Jared, I would connect the fact that you're related to Vibron, Guillaume, Sam,
mm-hmm.
and you know so much about Freemasonry that you're probably one of them. And if I did that, I would accuse you of being a shill. But I don't know if I can go that direction.
Yeah, well, when you look into the system and you see all these people are Freemasons, you look at then you realize you are one of them. You're not a Freemason. I'm not initiated, but it's my DNA. You start realizing that we're all part of this shit.
But
that's
then
what happened, and then it's not a us versus them, and it's like that shit Alan said. Us and them starts to become vague after a while.
Yeah, but here's the deal. It's like when the presidents are all related, except President Buchanan was the only president that wasn't related.
Yeah, we're all genetically engineered.
But that's not. But the thing is, when they say we're all related, so you can't go by that, that's not true. We're not all related.
I could look at you, right?
Right.
And somebody were to do some deep research into you, you'll find you're connected.
I'll give you everything you'd like to know about me, and I bet you're wrong.
But I don't have time right now, really. I'm not even thinking about looking into, because I already know that, you wouldn't be looking into this stuff if you weren't.
Wait, say that again.
Right?
I wouldn't
You wouldn't be looking and asking questions about this stuff if you weren't.
Right.
Because you're trying to find yourself by doing all these things, and it's just something older in your DNA. That you're trying to learn about yourself.
Actually, it's a lot more simpler than that, Jared. I've been a failure all my life, and I'm trying to figure out why. And I'm trying to figure out if it's been my fault or whether I've been scripted to become a failure. And it's becoming very apparent to me.
However you want to word it, it's just different wording you're using.
No, I disagree. But anyway, it was good talking to you, and have a good night.
Mm-hmm. So what were we saying? You were saying something about, oh yeah, we were talking about telepathy and verbal communication.
Yeah.
So, so yeah, I don't know. I think, like, I remember Dana was telling me. I remember because at one time on my job, I had it was a guy, a customer came in, and like it was weird because he was walking by the the stuff to buy, and like I had an idea in my mind of what he was gonna buy, and then he goes and picks it up, and it was weird, and then another image flashed in my head of something else, and then he just drops that. And takes the other thing, and I was thinking, I was like, Dana, did I do that to him or something? Like, I'm bugging out, and he goes, nah, it could have been more of that. You just picked up on like a thought, like what he was thinking in a way, in a sense. So, it's like, and that what happened?
Yeah, I believe that.
And,
I've had whole complete sentences pop into my head that were so out of context of what I was talking about with someone, and then some random person comes up to me and says that sentence to me. Like how did I know that was going to happen? So.
Yeah, I think so, because we use electricity, right? Electricity is thoughts, and so can you picture how like the air and water is a good conductor of electricity, right? And so there's particles everywhere. Like it's just a web of information that we like. It comes like our bodies, our brains can like pick up on this information.
Yeah.
And that was in that movie Waking Life Again. The guy said like that test. It was a scene. It was the guy from Training Day. The guy who was the main character, him and Denzel Washington. He was in this scene in that movie, in that documentary, Waking Life, and he talks about like the tests people take, and like it was like they did like experiments, people taking crossword puzzles, and he was basically saying that it's like we're all telepathically linked or connected to something, and we could just like pick up on thoughts. It's like you pick up on a thought, and I'll like kind of pick up on it. It's weird. So it's, I'm what I'm saying here is nothing like I can't like etch it in stone like people are used to. It's kind of I'm still learning about it, so I can't even.
Yeah.
I'm not really concluded and everything, but I think it's all interesting stuff.
I think it's a level that we need to get to, because you can't be sitting here and interpreting allegories only.
Yeah, I don't do that. Like I take it as it comes. I take an allegory as it comes. Like what I do is like I look into something, and of what I've read in the past or learned, it kind of pops in my head, and it gives me a better understanding of what I'm looking at, and it's just what I want to look into. It all depends what I want to focus on.
Yeah, but imagine if your intuition was fully activated, so you wouldn't have to spend all this time. You could have the information just pour into you. You could speed up the process.
Well, I remember Glenn was saying this, to first of all, like me personally, like when I took a walk outside last night, and it wasn't the same when I walked down my street, because I live in like a suburb area, there's old houses. It wasn't the same as it was as it is when I'm just walking in the woods, when there's nothing unnatural around me. Everything's just, and like it opens up my brain for some reason. It kind of opens me up, because it's like I'm coming back to my like primal days or something, and it's just like you start using your brain more, because it's more of like survival. I think it's like, okay, I can use these sticks here, whatever here to whatever. Like, and that's what I was just making a fire. I was like making a fireplace. I was digging a hole, finding old rocks from everywhere, exploring, and I'm just little secrets, man, that nature has. Like, I'm looking at the ants and just how there's this mound, just how there's holes everywhere. There's certain areas in the ground. I'm like, oh, the natives did that same shit. They used to build mounds. Just looking at the sky, it's so much clearer for me when I look in the sky. And I just imagine, I can imagine how they were prehistoric times, Neanderthal, just looking up at the stars and was just like, why? That was the question. I mean, that's how we interpret it. They were just like, why? And just start, all the roots are right there, right, and they take us in such an opposite direction that we don't even realize it. It's where the answers are where they always have been. Right there, it's in you, but it's just a matter of opening yourself up. When he said the outside forces, Glenn was saying outside forces like with cats, saying that they were like agents of creation. I've seen that in science fiction too, man. They say that cats are like telepathic. They were saying that shit, man. I was like, what? That's crazy. And I know Glenn never heard that when I was.
A lot of animals are, so.
Yeah.
I've noticed that. So.
But like cats are like something that's in particular.
They have their hair and their whiskers too.
Yeah.
Picking up some type of information.
Yeah. And how they move, like these are good things to pay attention to, how animals move. Like I was looking at monkeys, reading about them, superficial stuff, and like they say that like chimpanzees, gorillas, they move in like a mother, a father, and children. That's how they move. Like they don't move in like a tribal unit, clans and stuff. Because the way how we have a family structure set up, like these guys didn't just make it up, man. They took it from somewhere. Everything is taken from somewhere. That's the conclusion I come to. Everything's taken from something, and they just get this idea from, the ideas from creation, I guess, in a way, and they kind of just use it and kind of copy that.
A lot easier to control 2 people and a child than 30 people with 30, 15 children or something. More people that are talking to each other in communication. Yeah. It's a lot bigger wall to get across. To get it, up.
Yeah. So if monkeys or gorillas move like that, and they always call us the monkeys, the sapiens. They call us. So that's probably like a model, like what they want us to be like. So I thought that was interesting.
Going back to the whole point, if we could tap into that, it would accelerate our learning a lot. I don't think what we're doing is natural. Even the way we're learning is not complete.
Nothing is natural. How we look at everything is unnatural.
Yeah. I mean, that's how, especially with intuition and those type of senses, they're kind of recessive now. If you don't use them, it's like any muscle. Like it'll get weaker if you don't use it. So you have to exercise it. So, and in this, like in the city type of environment, even suburban environment, it's so hard to wake it up. If you're in that environment where it's a rural environment, then you're around more natural settings, and it's what you're viewing. If you're viewing buildings and houses all the time and these structures, it's gonna cancel it out kind of. But if you're solely viewing natural settings, landscapes, it brings you out because that's more of that communication. It's more like now you're back into the wild where you need that sense more. You need to know what's coming up, what's going around. If someone's near you, like it wakes it up. You need it now. You're not just I'm totally protected in my room with my locks on my doors and my car alarm and my food's on the table getting cold. It totally you don't need it then. So
yeah, it's because they know that like it's like the singularity thing. Like we're connected to everything around us in a way. Like we're just connected. Yeah. That's how we work. And so they know So they had a science they called it behaviorism, and they said, okay, now we'll just make their environment natural, and they'll just try to connect to that environment, and they'll just be the product. And this is the product that you see, I guess.
Right. You used to go into your intuition to get that information that you were looking for to help you make a decision. Now you turn on your computer and go use their way of gathering information that's already presented, their data bank you go into to get all your information. Their books that they printed instead of your book that you printed many times over. So.
Yeah, and there was ways of and there was so much more, I guess, efficient ways of communicating those lessons. Like, say, the generation would pass to the next generation, and the evidence that I've seen is what Glenn's wife was talking about, the dance. Like, and I remember Don was saying, he made a good point, like that how they were rhythmic, and like, can you just imagine how it's like that piece of information, rhythmic, and they use that, like how that rhythm is like opening you up, but then they can redirect you and make it into rap music, and all the other types of music they have.
Hijacking it again.
Yeah, they hijack everything.
But they do.
So like I listen to music like electric sounds, and I listen to drums. I listen to, and I see it all. Like, it's all right. It's good, but like I always try to, I guess like I try to get at least nowadays. I don't want any words put into my head. I kind of want to use my own words, my own thoughts.
Imagination.
Yeah, my own imagination.
Well, that's the thing with that type of music or instrumental music. It's telling its own story. So you don't need the words. The words are usually there for like a direct purpose. Say, for instance, like with rock music, it's like that repetitive music that's in the background, very kind of simple on a music level of as far as difficulty, and then just words. So it's like a program and a catchy tune, catchy rhythm, catchy beat, that repetitive drumming. If you go and you listen to music, say that's like jazz, or each musician, they take turns, and that person can show off how they've improved or how they're feeling that type of rhythm they're in. It expands a lot more because they have more spaces to go into.
Yeah, it's crazy like how back can kind of just know the environment from just that echo system or that sound system that they have. That's crazy. Like, sound is so important in all of this, and understanding this stuff. Like dolphins use it.
You asked
sound.
me about
What happened?
You asked me about sound.
It was
point of creation.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. I was just weird, man. Like what science has done. Like, they can take the principle of sound. Like, I posted a video on Facebook. This guy had this machine and he was using sound vibrations, and he was like moving. He's making art with it. He was making like shapes with the sound. It was weird. I thought it was cool.
There are all these advanced technologies which they didn't show anyone. They've been keeping it hidden. A while ago, you mentioned something interesting about recessive genes. Science today, or what the public are told about recessive genes, is that it doesn't happen by our will. It happens naturally by mutation or some type of chemical reaction. But the interpretation that you guys mentioned, or how especially Glenn mentions, he says that an animal back in some day, let's say ages ago, needed the form of flight, so creation would guide it to have wings. But the Darwinian approach is that just happened randomly, and then it allowed it to survive, and that just stayed there. They've totally twisted the way humans or any organism would evolve. They would take out the portion of will. So they're pretty much saying that none of this was willed. It just happened by chance.
Yeah, chance. They just call it chance because they have no control over it. And some people can, I guess, maybe accept that something else, like that they can't control. You know, like they can't. How you were saying measure? They can't measure it, so it doesn't exist.
Right. That's the common view. But even going back to that, this is a pretty important thing. How we evolve. They're telling us that we had no control over it. It just happened via mutation and random chance. This adopts the naturalistic philosophy, where we had nothing to do with it. It just random, bullshit, chance, whatever you see, it's meaningless. There's no divine nature, no divine essence, no intelligence. You always see this pounded into the minds of children and students. It's really sad because when someone looks at the environment, looks at geography and geology, and astronomy, and all these things, all they see is monotonous data. They don't feel the livelihood that's going right.
They're disconnected. That's where archaic or primitive man, at least they had that. Their conclusions would seem crazy to us, but everything was connected to them. Like if they were hunting or something, they go out hunting and somebody gets killed the first, or they go out hunting and something happens, some event happens where somebody's sick, and then another event happens. They would take all of that stuff into consideration. Some people would call it superstition, you know, and we're the same way in civilization, how they think, but that connectivity that they had, everything was like, it was, they could see that something was maybe communicating with them in a way.
Yeah, because somehow they can see, or they at least felt the connection and the connectivity. In today's science, there's a certain objective significance they interpret via statistics. So if anything is at a certain p-value, for example, that's a statistical term, they say that it's statistically significant. And just because something's statistically significant, as some scientists or should know, it doesn't imply the literal significance. And on another note, the whole quantum science is becoming popular. You have people saying the world's interconnected, but even with them saying that, they aren't considering just what exactly they're saying. They don't understand how true it is of what they're saying, how true it is that everything's connected, how true it is that these forces do play with each other, yet we aren't aware of it. We just put it aside and we go, well, not us, by we, I mean humanity, they just go back to their own programming.
Yeah, it's because these guys, right, the system and Freemasonry, they're extremists. Like they'll have the creator and evolution side, and both of them are right on a lot of things, but both of them are wrong on a lot of things. It's like two wrong people arguing with each other, and it's just a sad sight to look at that. And what the atheists will criticize the Christian or whatever, but boy, there is no God, but he's wrong about that. But it's just the context and the definitions, man. And that's what all legalism is about. And the whole system is all about word games, man. Like I was listening to a guy the other day, and he was saying like silence is like when people plead the fifth or something in court, or when they get arrested, like, you have the right to do that, but like you're screwing yourself over by doing that. And silence, they say silence could be equated to, I think, adherence, a whole bunch of things. And I thought about that. Take that concept of silence, and all the Masons do it, and they all have silence, but I don't think they all understand what they're doing by keeping their silence, because they're actually willing the will of a creator by keeping silence. And it's, and there's other things too, man. I can't remember it all. Maybe I should play it on the thing, on this talk later on or something, but it's like 50 seconds, a minute. But I thought it was, what happened?
I didn't understand.
Actually, hold on a second. I wrote it down. Hold on a second.
So is it just you online, Dana?
Let me check. There's a non-member, Alden. But yeah, I guess the only one's talking.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what it was. It said, actually, I made a mistake before. He said contracts are expressed or implied. The expressed or manifest viva voce or by writing. The implied are shown by silence, by acts, or by signs. And I was thinking about that. I was like, wow, because like with Lewis and Clark and stuff, and when they came, and it was like they showed a sign, and it was like a contract, like when you read in the Bible with Moses, and you see that fire in the bush. That fire, it's a contract. They call it a covenant. It's a contract that's so old, So whenever you see guys like in Waco, Texas, I remember Alan Watts said that, like, you see the soldier bowing to the flames, like it's all a contract from long ago that he's just, what's the word? Keeping up, and this idea of contracts, I noticed is it's just something that they took from nature. It's like you're born, right, and you have a contract with creation, and when you fulfill your part of the contract, it fulfills its part, you know, and it's like a contract you gotta fulfill each life, you know, each lifetime. So when you look at that world of legalism and contract law and all that, I see where they all get it from, like that part of nature. But like, I think their version of things is you know, like always like redirected towards another goal that they want, their goal. Hello?
Yeah.
But nobody was
You're in contract with creation, and if you mess up, you're fired, huh?
Yeah, exactly. You're fired and recombined in the fire in the pit.
Yeah, that core is important, man. It basically like produces the whole magnetic field of the Earth, stopping you from getting scorched by radiation and the sun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that magnetism is like when you read an encyclopedia, like I come across certain. See, you'll get like a brief overview, but they always put like, well, if you want to look into this more, like, and you always know certain scientists would just find all these discoveries in magnetism, and you'll find that some of these scientists were Masons, you know? A lot of scientists were Masons.
Usually Rosicrucians.
Yeah, Rosicrucian, yeah. So.
It's almost every popularized ancient mystic was part of some type of mystery school. You can find this if you just read the encyclopedias or any secret society book. They always mention it. Not all of them, but a lot of it, you'll find it.
Yeah. It's like benevolent brotherhood or some shit.
Yeah. And like mysticism, I always see like involved in all this stuff. Like I'm not sure. Like at least I don't remember like when exactly mysticism started. But like a lot of like powerful or popular people like presidents and stuff, they always had like some mystic behind them, kind of guiding them. You know.
Yeah.
I remember watching that in that Manly P. Hall segment in some documentary. Guy mentioned that presidents had these mystics.
Modern ones or the old
Who?
ones? Modern presidents have mystics.
Yeah, modern president. I've heard, with those other guys. Like I remember, somebody was saying something about like, I think it was Tex Mars a while ago, saying that people like Hillary and Clinton, they had people who like astronomers and stuff. People would have astronomers, and they would tell them what they could do with their what to do or what choices to make and stuff like that. You know?
If it's time on the plan, right?
Yeah. When you read about astronomy in the encyclopedia, it's like a science that is highly respected. You know? There's another side to it. It's apart from what it's all aimed at, like like voodoo magic, what you do.
There's actually this quote about silence. It says silence is golden. Ever heard of that?
It's a book? A code, you said?
No, it's a popular Latin quote.
Quote?
Silence is golden.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the top thing of all of them. Silence is held as the most important.
I think the modern mystic today for the presidents will be their councils, probably. Like the exoteric mystic. And then they have their esoteric mystics.
Yeah, well, mysticism it's linked to like Gnosticism and stuff like that. I think it's just like they focus so much on like inside. They kind of they focus. They have people focusing on that stick, and while they're guiding them towards it. It's like Michael Jackson, the lady that was guiding Michael Jackson. I think she was a mystic. They have people focusing on this and like, because it's a lot of those. You think about a lot of those guys like Will Smith. And you hear them, they'll be talking about like that they think they have knowledge of like self knowledge and stuff like that, but like they may not even realize how like they're being guided and what way they're being manipulated.
I probably, some of them have a feeling, an intuition of it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't quite grasp it. The ones that rebel, they're usually assassinated, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
Their celebrities are just normal people that were lured in due to fame. Granted, some do have actual talent, but there's plenty that don't have any talent at all. And they're just used as vehicles for Freemasonry, vehicles of allegories, things of that nature. I feel that they're great work.
Right.
I just feel that there's so much that we still haven't yet penetrated, still haven't understood. I picture it as we're still on the surface, and then we haven't even gone deep into the moho to really.
I think it's just like it's because of our age. I think it's all right there. We're looking at it, but we're not seeing it in the full meaning of everything. We're looking at meanings that are deep enough, but like those meanings go deeper. We're not overstanding enough, or we're not verstanding.
Do you think
like we can look at all these evidence, and we're looking at all this evidence, and it's good to keep all that stuff in mind because it's going to be important in the future. But like we can't, at least I can't I can give you parts and bits and pieces of a story, but I can't put it out in the full story because I haven't seen enough. I haven't looked at it long enough to understand it.
You didn't even write everything down either. It's not a science.
Huh?
It's not a science. You haven't written everything down. There's too much to write, too much details. Plus the fact that you're only one person, you don't have a committee, you're not funded. There's all these different factors into it.
That's why it's good to have 13 people, man. Like that concept of it's like a group of people who can work towards a goal. Yeah. Corporations use that. They have their round table groups and stuff. So they understand that principle. But when you look at like a corporation and their what do they call them? They're like those meetings that they have, and you look at their diagrams. They have their own philosophies. Everything. It's kind of interesting what they say. Like you'll see, like they know the truth about certain things, but they never tell everybody everything. It's just the benefit to corporation.
I was reading a book about secret societies and how information is kept hidden, and the author said there's many types of secret societies. It's not just a fraternity, but even a corporation is a secret society on the level.
You'll see that, and they'll give you those. You'll understand that when you listen. Like when I was listening to science fiction, they would show scenarios, man, where like with people who most people won't even get it, but they would show a scenario of guys in the corporation, and like he's building his way up, and it's like he's being initiated, and and there's a guy at the top of the building, and like the guy at the top of the building is like basically a prisoner there. He's the boss, and it's crazy, man. Because that's what it's like. They're showing you it, but like they take it out of context, and it's so abstract that people just can't. That's what a lot of science fiction is about. They just take something and they take an idea or an abstract idea. And they put it out of context, and so it looks abstract. They take a scenario, in the system, and they just put it out of context, and people just don't understand. You know, a lot of people don't understand, so they just kind of shrug it off. It's the same thing with surrealism. And I look at surrealism. When I look at surrealism, I see I understand a lot of what they're saying, man. Guys like Salvador Dali, you know, he was one of the biggest ones in surrealism. But like I got pictures, man. I'm showing that like it's like wow, man. They know what's going on. But most people would just kind of look at it with like I don't understand what they're saying. But it all goes back to that premise, man. Like if you don't have that shit, then you're just kind of floating in the air, man. You have nothing to grab onto.
That's how, when you look at people, you can just see their own programming.
Yeah.
It's sad in two ways. It's sad how other people don't self-learn, and it's sad for you since you can't really communicate with them because it's fake. Whatever you communicate with them, it's a fake relationship. You're not being true to them. You're not telling them what you really know, because you know that they won't grasp what you know because it took you such a long time to pick up even the bits that you know. It's not the full picture, but even that of what you know is too much for them. It's hard to maintain your sanity if you don't have somebody else to compare yourself to, so you can at least say, all right, this is at least it's X amount % correct. Okay, maybe I'm going in the wrong direction here. I should rethink this, things like that.
Well, I don't know. Like you can, it's like a direction that's it's everywhere. It goes in every direction. I look at it as. So it's like a big picture, and you're going in this picture, but like you can't stay at one point because there's other parts of the picture. That's kind of how I look at it. Like, I mean, because everyone's gathering the evidence. You know, like even people who think this is crazy because they can't grasp the big picture of it all. And if they did, then they would realize the evidence that they gathered, is from the past that they didn't even consider. So I'm like, oh wow, that makes sense.
Yeah.
With this. But these guys, they're looking. It's like they're looking for something else, though. They look for what they've been taught to look by, talking heads, the media. They put the idea into your head, and then you become that. That's a very important principle on Here's my guy Marcus Allen. It's funny. It's a very important principle. They put an idea into your mind, and you become this idea, man. That's all they do. Like that's all they can really, and they just reinforce it. That's really what they promote this idea and they reinforce it. That's all. That's like a lot of what the system does, man. They put the idea in your head. Oh, like the PSYOP thing. Like how many times? Yeah, it's true on a certain level. Yeah, it's a PSYOP. You can call it that, but like it's bigger than that. You know, like they kind of put this idea and you just stick to that idea, and you just, and then everything you look for is that. Is that off base of that idea they put into your head.
It's a level that you need to just advance from, or not advance, turn from, move from, pick up on it. Because you have people running on script, and that's exactly what I was mentioning earlier, where you can't communicate with others if they're still on that same script. You can't talk to everyone. Glenn can't talk to everyone because there's so much to talk about if that person can't interpret what you've interpreted.
Mm-hmm.
You might be able to use them some way. They might tell you things that they don't even know what it means, but at least you might understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from that, you need some type of group that can help you to speed up the process. I think that's what Glenn means by the 13. I think that's what Glenn means by the 13 people. You have people working together. You see this allegory in science fiction. You have the opposite force in a group. They're thinking together and helping each other. They have like this common ideology, but
yeah, they do the same thing almost. Almost the media kind of does that. When you think about it, like when you look at a segment, they'll have like a blizzard happens, right? And so they have this idea, okay, the blizzard, and they'll have like all these correspondents, they call them, and they're all giving you their perspective, guiding you towards something.
Yeah, but that's a dialectic. It's artificial.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, I'm saying, but like, yeah, it is artificial. Like the other day, it was a snow blizzard over here. So they had somebody in New Jersey, somebody in Pennsylvania, somebody in Connecticut. It was just all these people, and they all were just talking about this blizzard, and they're all, of course, guiding you towards a certain goal. Like I always thought it was ridiculous that somebody gonna tell me what I can see with my own eyes with snow. Like that's
Yeah, it's in other sense taken away.
Yeah.
Relying on media to give you the information you already know, or you should know. You can't be worried about that. You got to get back in the field and work.
Yeah.
Whether it's the marketing field or the communications field. Yeah.
And that's the thing with what I was looking at with the contract. Like a lot of what they say, like they say the reason why people are being slaves or slaves because one part of it is that they acquiesce to it. They want to. They kind of consent to it. And you can't blame them for consenting to it because they kind of made you. They set it up where you will consent. They understand your nature, but they don't talk about that.
They attack you from all different angles, and then they try to mold that field.
Yeah.
And then Dana brought an important point. They inflict stress on you, so you can't think.
Yeah.
And since you're stressed out, I keep saying you, but you know what I mean, like the common person. Since they're stressed out, they need some type of faculty to calm them down. So you have, in a sense, you just see walking drug addicts that are trying to find a high, whether that high is from an actual substance or it's from information or it's from type of activity. That's what they're looking for, a high to make themselves feel good from all the slavery that they endured during the day. So I've encountered that all the time where people would literally tell me, I don't want to use my brain right now. Stop,
you get that a lot, Yeah, I'm looking at what this guy, Marcus Allen, is saying. Like, he's surprised that my grandfather, or my great-grandfather, it was just by marriage, and he's saying, he's related to him, and like that shocks him. I mean, I didn't choose to be related to the guy, man. I had no choice in the matter, man. He thinks that I'm it's like what Glenn says. I'm one of them. They made me. But,
yeah. Is he looking up your ancestry or something?
Yeah, he's putting up my address to my house and everything.
Yeah, it's kind of foul.
That's weird. I mean,
he's asking, are you a Mason, Jared?
No, I'm not a Mason.
He's just a Mason.
Maybe in another life I was, but not in this.
Hey, I think if you graduated from college, you're a Mason. You got your degree.
Yeah.
You did the handshake. You did all that.
They initiate everybody into it. It's just there's levels, there's degrees of it.
Have you had a wedding?
Baptism.
You have a wife, so you've gone through some, some ceremonies, some initiations. So it's all about it. It's all their world. It's a Freemasonic world, man. Everything you do, that's ritual. Everything you take part in, every holiday, that's all their shit, man.
Yeah. And every ritual is like a form of brainwashing, in a sense, so so you can kind of bring you to the next level or whatever. And each level gets more and more severe.
And it doesn't matter if you're below the 40th degree anyway. You could be a Mason all you want, but most of those people are just trying to help the community because they're just, they don't know. A lot of people do it through, like, the church, and they want to get by. They might be in banking, they might be in whatever. Yeah, they just do it because they're told they'll get ahead in society. Everyone used to be,
Yeah, that's what it is. And they want, and some people just they want the tax cuts, instant gratification. They want to just. That's what they understand about human nature. That instant gratification, and they exploit that to the max with human beings.
Yeah.
That's why they came out Lord of the Rings. They're showing you that now, Glory.
Yep.
They simplified it from Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You have the basic, your physiology, and then you have your safety, and then love, and then self-esteem, and self-actualization. So if you don't have the root foundation, you can't move up. But it's funny how they turn into a pyramid, how they want to always take human nature and mold it into their perfect ashlar.
Yeah. And to be like I forgot, in that 40th degree, like that's how masonry works. Like you gotta to get up in those higher, you kind of gotta be like born into that. Like you have to be the son of a mason.
Or grandson. They look at third generation.
And they want that offspring. It's like a cow fucking farm. That's what they do.
But even then, they still test you to see if you can keep secrets.
Yeah.
So you could have two brothers, and they'll pick the one that they can keep secrets better. There's no guarantee. They don't just you still got to prove to them.
Like with my family, like I really like even with like my grandfather, Sister Marcus Allen. Like that's not even by blood. That's just by marriage. That was because I just have that name because my grandmother, the guy she was married to, couldn't have kids. So, but my grandmother already had kids. My father and my aunt, and they already had kids, and he couldn't have any children. So they just took that name. They just took that name and kept the name of my grandfather. That would be my grandfather. They just took that name and it just passed over. It's just the name they kept. But the real name, the guy who's really related, I heard he was involved in politics. But then there's a lot of things in there. I see links in there, and maybe why the earthquakes that happen. Maybe that's kind of linked to that in some way. I don't know, because there's information there, man, that they don't want people knowing, so they just kind of like destroyed. But that's just every black nation, man. I notice they do that too. I don't see one black geographic location in the world. It's not like poverty stricken. And it's not just limited to blacks, but I'd see that with.
I know what you're saying.
They have to, because the DNA is there, so like that's a threat, man. Like I guess people don't see it from that level. That the information is there, so they have to do as much as they can, so people don't know that.
Well, they got to keep them more stressed out, so they don't have a chance to tap into a lot of that, because they're so worried about their environment, their circumstances that they're put in.
Yeah, I talked to.
Yeah. I was
They have plausible deniability, so they can always just say, "Oh, we didn't know. We didn't know this. We didn't make it up."
Yeah. And that's why I remember Glenn was mentioning, like, when they destroy everything, he said Africa was last to be destroyed. That says a lot too. Why would they destroy them last? Because that was what they always wanted to do. They wanted to kill everybody else, so they're going to kill everybody else first, by self-deniability, then kill them last. That was what they wanted to their enemies, because the blacks is their enemies, they say.
Original black.
The original black. But all of us are just fabrications of that, Just look. That's what I see when I look at my family. I look at everybody like it's fabrications, man. It's just
Natural and artificial mixed up. Both genetically modified, but also naturally evolved. But not completely naturally evolved because since environment's partially artificial, it's artificial evolution as well.
Yeah.
You just try to attack it again from all these different angles.
Yeah.
Yeah, but one thing I keep thinking about is what was it like prior to the last deluges that occurred? The last flood? I keep thinking about.
Me too. I keep thinking about how did original people think? Like, what was their thought process? Can you picture how it was? All we can do is deduce, man. That's all we have is deduction and just looking at primitive tribe and sculpting away all the bullshit and just kind of coming up with a theory in your head of how they thought, you know. And it shouldn't be too hard because just being in nature and I guess having that information, you'll probably figure it out after a while. But then it sucks for us because we live in the Western world, and as long as we're interacting and living in this world, we still have to think a lot like linear, like because we live in this world.
It is very linear. It's kind of it's amazing how people can function in this linear world. It's because they're not aware of how linear it is. If it was, if they were aware, they would go insane.
Mm-hmm.
So again, it's amazing that how we're not insane. Big shock.
Insane or out of sane?
I know what you mean. Because the quote says you're in sanity or out of sanity.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then speaking of art, have you looked into H.R. Giger's work?
H.R. Giger.
Giger. I don't know how to pronounce it, but that guy. Interesting stuff. I haven't seen anything like that. It's surreal, dark, futuristic.
Yeah, that type of stuff, man. It's so revealing, man. It's so. I was looking into that a while ago. I know Brian sent me something on what was it? It was like a Polish surrealist artist. I mean, when I watch those surreal, there's a movie called what the hell is it? It's called damn, I forgot what it's called. I'll remember it later. But like the surreal movies, it said so much more to me. There's actually two movies I can think of. I forgot. I was kept mentioning it in a few talks ago, but like the movie makes no logical, no linear sense. It's totally like some movies they'll just be having people talking and something, and then go into another scene, and it just doesn't make any sense. And most people would just be like rip their hair out, man. But once you understand, it's just out of context, and you just you gotta like when you look at that because we're so used to seeing things in single events, we don't see how it relates to the whole. I guess
in all the communist regions, surreal art wasn't allowed because it can have multiple interpretations.
Yeah. Yep. That's how it is, man.
Yeah, and during the 70s and 80s, once there was like a relative freedom where they were allowed to have some type of surreal art, the majority of films actually were surreal, and that was a lot of critics. If they were actually good critics, they said that it was like top of the line productions. It's compared to what we have now, it doesn't even compare.
Yeah, there was one guy. There's one movie I just remember one of the names. The guy was called. He called it On or Over the Silver Globe. That's what it was. It's like the movie's like 3 hours. It's a really, really good movie. I thought really good. It's science fiction, but the guy I heard that making this movie, this guy had so much problems with the government. He like left the country. Just he always like a lot of his directors they get like depending on what country they live in. Like one story I heard that he was working on one movie and he was like 80% done with it, and the prime minister or whoever was running the country watched it and said no, and had him burn everything and said it was a thinly. He thought it was something attacking the government. It's like, wow, man, it's crazy.
Oh yeah, they do that a lot. They burn the works of a lot of artists before. Hold on one second.
Because that's the thing about what if you look. Because I'm really into. I've watched a lot of those movies and different types of art, and I always thought it was really interesting how you can have. Because when art, it's like art has to be controlled by them, like because if you don't control it, it goes. It can, you'll lose control.
Yeah, it goes in their consciousness or subconsciousness.
And yeah, so like when you look, I noticed that when you look at, because I have a friend who's like into directing and stuff. When you go into look at the movie industry, you look at from the '60s and the different guys like Alfred Hitchcock and all these guys, and you look at like '60s, '80s, and '70s, it was like wow, because at that period it was just like people had so much more freedom of what to do in a movie, how to make a movie. A lot of people were rebelling, doing different things, but then I think the '90s was when it was like there was like it was just so much more control that they had to fit a format that the Hollywood was saying like you can't do anything outside of this format. And so most people it's like making YouTube videos. You can do what you like as long as it fits 10 minutes. You know, it's like a format you gotta like this. And and it's not just 10. It's not just an hour for them. It's more of like it has to be happy ending. It has to be like this. They're basically given themes. It has to be horror, all these themes, and they're just kind of given like that's what they work with.
One thing I want to learn about is I want to go and talk to people that are actually in the field, if they can give any insights about how the censorship actually functions. Because
Alan would talk about that. Like, I never read into it, but like he said that they had. You could probably look into that. Like, look at those meetings that they have. Because the censorship, when you just look at it, it's not. It's like their censorship. It's like weird. Like they censor the most ridiculous things. Somebody saying a curse word or whatever. But when you look at it, what's allowed is like totally like. It's just so debasing, man. It really is. It's just like you got guys doing some ridiculous shit on Channel 5. Like you got people on another channel where they just the UFC fighting where they just beat the shit out of each other, man. It's just like wow, man. That's allowed. It's allowed for people to kind of kill each other, slaughter each other, do these things, but you can't have a guy saying the F word. It doesn't make sense. Because when you go in Canada, when I was in Canada, whenever I go to Canada visit family, and I watch TV over there, and still they have hardcore sex, man, at like 12 o'clock at night. What you go in, what people go and find on the internet or in the porn store, they have that shit on TV, man. But I don't see any of the people over there saying they have a problem. But yet we're more deviant, it seems like, than they are in Canada.
Hey, what do you think about the 3D movies?
3D? I never watched.
Yeah.
Oh, 3D. I never. You know what? I don't think I've ever watched a 3D movie with the 3D glasses and stuff.
Yeah.
I never. I don't think. You know what? I don't think I've ever. Actually, I did when I was younger, but I don't think the glasses worked, man. They didn't look 3D to me. I mean,
they do nowadays.
Oh, they do. Oh.
You know, when I was talking about something,
Gives me a headache.
What happened?
Yeah, you know, the angle I was trying to go at was that, and you know, take Dark City or The Matrix or those movies with really deep allegories. What I wanted to ask or get to the point of was, who was the originator of that idea? Was it the actual writer, or, you know?
Oh, what, the idea of the allegory? Yeah. No, because they're all part of those societies like Rosicrucianism, like Alejandro Jodorowsky, like they're part of these groups, societies, and they have access to information, and they're just told to like write around that. They're given that's what I noticed, and it's not the same in all forms of media, but I know with movies, I think they're given access to information, and they're told just write around this story, like. And
I think it has something to do with like the time period too. So like they have to release certain allegories, because it's a play, the world is stage. They have to release like certain allegories out at certain times. So they have movies that'll produce those allegories, or the title of the movie will be that what you have to pay attention to. Same thing with the news. The news is it's more like a daily basis. The movies are more maybe that plan for the year or something, or half the year.
That's exactly what I meant about trying to get insight about how it works. How much do the writers actually know? They know a great deal, or do they just take orders? There's all these different factors.
Well, they know. The directors know. The directors know. The actors don't know. Usually, it seems like they don't even know. It's like life.
Actors are just the face that's selling the movie. It's bringing the attention to that movie.
Yeah. Because I know other people who like movies, like they really like what they pay attention to is the actor and her and the performance usually. And I guess that plays a role sometimes, but like I don't really pay attention so much to even. I pay attention to the message that they're getting out. That's what I pay attention to. And some people,
and a lot of times it'll be in the actual scene itself, not necessarily the actors. It's what symbolism is in that shot. That you're looking at. That can tell a lot. They're just showing a street name sign or something, or a poster on the wall. That could say a lot more than what the guy was just talking about for 20 minutes.
Yeah, there's a director called Lars von Trier. He's a Danish, I think, director, and the guy is in the know of certain things. It seems like, because he has a movie, a lot of his movies. One movie, I forgot the name of it. It's like it's about a lady who falls in love with this guy. They get married, and something happens. The guy gets hurt in an accident, and it looks like a movie about everyday people, right, in the 70s. But when you really think about what's going on, it's a whole allegory, and this movie right here I've never seen because it wasn't mystical. That's what it was. The movie wasn't mystical at all. It wasn't really mystical. It looked like just a movie about everyday people, but then you realize it's all an allegory. One of his more mystical movies is, Antichrist. That was more mystical.
Antichrist.
Yeah, Antichrist is really. Most people are like, oh, it's a devil. By giving that name, he already put it into your head, like the idea that it's religious, but it's not really. It's not about that old Antichrist story, but it's different. It's talking about women.
You know, if you think about it, the Antichrist is like the good guy, and the Christ is the bad guy.
It's not the Nazi Christ. So, yeah, man, it's but when the audio, radio's a little different because you got these guys who were playing out these audio like BBC's like really big, and they have a lot of science fiction division, and I'm thinking about like how they come up with these stories, and I realized like I was asking Glenn about it, and he said that it's like MI6 kind of gives out these stories, like they probably give them information and they write stories about it, you know, something like that. Because I've listened to a lot of science fiction, man, on that site, that Radio Archive site, and it's like, wow, man, a lot of the premises in that, like what's going on, how they engineer people, it's all put there. And pay attention to the ones that win the prize, like it's like their Nobel prizes, Pulitzer, whatever. Like those stories would really be telling. Like there's one called Alpha and one called Omega, and I think Omega won like an award, and that was a really telling story. Omega. But there's so many other ones that didn't win prizes or anything, but they were really good. There's one. What happened?
The radios or the films?
Huh? No, the internet radio.
BBC Archive.
Okay,
what?
Yeah, the radios. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like stuff that they aired, and it's crazy because they aired it over there in the UK, but like I don't hear shit like that over here, man.
It's in the 80s, right?
Nah, it was stuff from years back, like 90s, 2000, this decade. It's stuff. You know, and they got Shakespearean plays. You can listen to those. Those are really.
I mean, there's still you could probably catch some of that stuff on AM radio.
Yeah, probably.
Stuff like that. You know.
Yeah, so
people used to listen to the radio more, you know, back in the day. Now it's you know, now there's iPhones and high-speed internet. So.
Yeah. When you were talking on that guy, this guy Jorge, he said 3D. That's what it is. It's that Marshall McLuhan talks about that. It talks about definition, high definition, and the higher the definition, the less your brain is working. That's what I mean. Because the more resolution, all that stuff, is the less your brain has to work. It's more. It's
like it's like being outside. You know, it's like a natural picture.
So, yeah, it's like they're doing the work and you're not doing it. What happened?
Yeah, I gotta go. My phone battery's like dying right now.
All right.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's like the picture's that clear, so it's just like you're opening your eyes looking out your window.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the less if it's a blurrier picture or, you know, lower resolution, then it's reminding you more that it's just a movie or just on TV. You know, you're not getting lost so easily. You know, you walk into any of those like Best Buys or whatever, and they have all the high definition TVs playing, and they show you, you know, waterfalls and insects and whatever animals, just to show you the clarity of like the natural scenes. So, yeah, it's just like perfect vision.
Yeah.
The 3D TV now, like you said, like yeah, you could sit down in your own house. I think Panasonic makes it. You can put the glasses on and watch a movie in your own house with 3D. I've tried that out at the store. It's kind of bugged out.
Yo, I'm reading them. Yo, read the yo. I was checking my email. Somebody sent me a message, right? And he asked me, he goes, "Hi, aren't you going too deep? Did you know that people who have forbidden knowledge are sealed away into a hell dimension? And just how deep you went with the information is how deep you'll end up in the pit." Wow, man. Damn, man. Wow. I mean, somebody, some random person on YouTube, they sent me a private message.
So how far you go with it is what?
How far I go with
beneath
it is how deep I'll be into the pit, in the hell dimension. They say. See, like they live like their thinking is like, it's based off of truth. Like they talk about multi-dimension universe and stuff like that, and they believe in like spiritual beings, and like they take like what do they call them? The Watchers. The they call them Watchers. What's the other name? Nephilim, and they really believe, right, that like these are like beings on another plane of existence, right, who are manipulating, and they can like suck out your soul, but
kind of
it's kind of true because they do have people who have technology who can like Glenn was saying, go in the fifth dimension, like not be seen, right? And then they have technology where they can like, through your medulla can like probably shut down, like he was saying, cause your sciatic nerve, cause problems with your sciatic nerve. And I know one girl, man, she claimed that they shut down her whole body, like they shut me down and like she.
Do you believe her?
What? No.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I don't. You know what? Tell you the truth, I don't even know like what she's interpreting because of how she was brainwashed, how she was trained. So she's interpreting something which probably could be interpreted another way. So I can't.
Yeah.
I can't just take what she says at face value, like, because this person is really religious and.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak more about like her because that's not right to speak about somebody else like that. They're not there to defend themselves. But yeah, man. But I've come across these people who like, yo, there's Nephilim everywhere, and they really believe, like they think.
Oh, I have friends that talk about that all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
They really believe like these like they think that like if they like there's a group of good beings, white beings in light, and beings in darkness.
Right.
and the eternal battle, and there's going to be the new awakening at the end, and there's a grain of truth in what they're saying, because there is going to be, but they don't understand that it's just everybody's going to be destroyed, and it's not, and those beings in light that they say are the same as the beings in darkness, because they're in dark because they live under the ground, and they're in light because they're in a computer, their electrical thoughts in their computer, their energy in their computer. That's what they mean, They just it's just the wording, man. They have connotation that they give with words. They can like just fool people, and because they have real experiences and they attribute these things to these experiences, man. It's like you can fool fool yourself, man. Like, and just it's like what Marcus Allen was saying. You can go down to La La Land, I guess. It's like religion. They give you truth, and you have real experiences, and you attribute to the religious terms and the terminology and the mindset that they gave you. And you just swallow everything.
Basically, it's just their whole world is based on, like the mirror of everything.
Exactly.
It's just having you not recognize the way you used to be. Or
and
that
women
is a
are
complete
more
hijacking.
Yeah, I remember one guy left a comment for me on YouTube. That Buddhist guy, man, he was like, "Yo, you." He goes, "You're just a materialist. You're just of this world, man." And he was just so obsessed with going into bliss, and he's called it. And he would do this thing where he goes into his dream. He says, and he'd just be moving around in his dream or lucid dreaming, and he was just all about that. And he just wanted to be in this. He's like, "Yo, I just want to be about bliss, man. Bliss, bliss." But if you remember what they say about bliss, they say that ignorance is bliss, man. And that's kind of what they want to. It's like Buddha talked about that, like these guys Gautama Buddha or whatever. These guys are escapists, man. They're like drug addicts. They have to. They do these things to escape, just like a drug addict does. It's another type of addiction. It really is. It really is bad, man. It's fucked up. It doesn't really do any good for the person, from what I've seen, because that whole meditation and everything, the Buddhism, man, that Eastern stuff, man, their way of controlling people is so fucked up, man. It's so fucked up. I mean, there's a lot of truth to what they say, but a lot of these.
That's why it works.
Yeah, yeah, man. The meditation, man. When Glenn was telling me about that shit, how they can just they get people to clear their mind, and they can just put whatever they want into your mind.
Yeah.
Oh, what, man? Actually, Glenn's wife left me a message, a comment on my page. She said something really interesting. She said, because it was to that guy, a reference to that one guy. That Buddhist guy. So he goes, confabulation, the spontaneous narrative reporting of events that never happened, consisting of the creation of false memories, perceptions, and beliefs about the self or environment. It may be a result of confusion of imagination with memory, and or the unsuspecting to differentiate from delusions and lying. Individuals meditating, Buddhists, placed in experimental lab conditions will confabulate, bifurcate, cause division, i.e. make up answers that Glenn Keely never gave, link him to Alan Watt, and incorrectly apply the word bifurcation. But yeah, man, it's these guys, it was they thought, it's they can just fool themselves, man. They start to fool themselves. I think it's all based off like an idea, man. Just put this program, this idea, and since we're logical people, we just go down that path where that program will take us. So yeah, man, the Buddha.
It's a script, right? It's a script. Well, they're leading everybody down a script, down a path.
It all comes down to programs. It's programs that like the native people, right? They have a program that in their religion, their society, they have a lot of traditions, ceremonies, and suggesting that they follow, and they follow these traditions. But when Lewis and Clark came, and they look at the traditions, at the rocks that they hold sacred, it was just a message to them. Okay, this rock is what I have to go and do this or do that, or this is a message. It's wow, it's a really ingenious way of encoding messages. You just embed it into their religion, and they all follow it. And all you gotta do is just go to your everyday brainwash, your average brainwash person, and I listened to I was on YouTube watching. It's funny. You watch these preachers. I was watching one guy getting prank call, a preacher, people calling in, and just hearing what the preacher's saying is he's just saying exactly what is going to happen but he accepts it, and in his mind, what he's saying is he has a different idea in his mind than what he's actually saying. like the esoteric thing. He thinks it means this, but it actually means this.
So this Buddha's guy you're talking about, he's experiencing all these lucid dreams and other stuff, right?
I'm not
mean,
saying these dreams.
But the thing is, he's trusting his own mind, his own rationale, right? He's thinking about it, so he makes
but he meditates
an evaluation
too.
Yeah, so he makes a judgment, right? Independent judgment, and he says this is reality, right? Now I'm thinking I also believe that if you can't trust your own mind, your own self, then you'll be open to outside guidance, you know.
That's what it is. It's what it is. It's, he meditates, and so he's meditating and going through these rituals of, and he's clearing his mind or whatever, and he's getting ideas put into it. He's getting whatever program put it into his mind by something else, advanced technology, and he's just programming himself every day by meditating, whatever.
So he's practicing insanity techniques.
Yeah, because the more you do it, the less human you become. The more you meditate, the less human you are.
Well,
I gotta change phones, so I'll be back in like a minute.
All right.
Yeah, because meditation, it's the earth is both listening and this, and a projection device. So, as far as messages, earth has the word ear in it, so it listens, and it can also, just like any speaker, the speaker is both a microphone and and a speaker. So it can give you, while you're clearing your mind, you're allowing that signal to come into it and reprogram, or that voice comes in your head and gives you some type of insight, leading you a certain way. Imagine what they do at monasteries. You could just 30 men sitting there meditating in a room. It's pretty easy just to get them all in one swoop. Something to think about.
Yeah. Yeah, my thought is just that if you can't trust your own mind, then who can you trust?
You can trust your mind, it's just when people do these things, these are like ancient techniques of mind control.
Oh, really?
In Persia, the Middle East, man, they perfected these arts, man. Just, everything that you take for granted that they do in, say, the Catholic religion, how they kneel and do these things with their hands and kneel and do all these rituals, man. These are all affecting them in a way. It's all it's all working on them, this stuff. There's a lot of stuff they do. But, yeah, man. So, and I was listening to a guy who was a Buddhist and became a Muslim, and he was comparing Buddhism and Islam, and it was a Chinese guy. It was an interesting interview, and he said something that was I found interesting. He's like, Buddha, because they say that Buddha. Some people claim that Buddhism is an atheist religion. But he said Buddha never denied that there was a God, or Gautama. He never denied that. And I guess, it's just little facts like that, kind of people miss. He never denied that. there's a God, creator.
Yeah, it's just the whole definition thing.
Your definition of God is different, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Can you hold on a
top
second?
dog.
Oh.
Top dog. Top dog. You know,
Mm.
God implies, or creator implies a person. Creation implies a process, not a person.
Intelligent process?
Yeah, I guess.
Mm.
Knows all, maybe hasn't experienced nothing, uses us as experience gatherers, not only us, but everything that's been created as a way of recording experiences. Maybe with us, it's more linked to feelings, so experiences with feelings, emotions. So learning that way.
Mm.
We are emotionally tied to situations and experiences. So, but yeah, God, genetic engineer, Neanderthal, hijacker of creation, control freak, all implies quality of a person.
How true do you think it is that they hijacked creation? Because, I mean, if the creator or the creation is the ruler of everything, right? How can a small individual, compared to the almighty creation or creator, or God, Well, I know your definition is different, but how can a small human being like us hijack everything that is?
Well, it's like anything. It's like I said, it's an experiment. So we were all created by, for instance, like even Neanderthal was created by creation, right? Maybe for the sole reason of doing what they're doing, so that, maybe for the whole purpose of us, who can break through that trap. Maybe that's the whole sole purpose, who can break through, because that's another, leap. You can do that. It's like a filtering, and if it's worth it, if the people can break out of that, and it's worth it, then the project is a success. But if people can't, then it's a failure. So you scrap it, start again, and again and again and again and again and again, and over forever, so you get what you're looking for. But I mean, it's not us per se. It's not us who's doing or who initiated the hijacking. So we were products of that hijacking. We are products of that hijacking. Any race that you see that's not straight up a clan mother, basically, any Asian, any race that you see is all after the Ice Age. That's all engineering, all of it. It's not a natural occurrence. So, I mean, that's how you got to look at it. Like everyone you see, even, how you look, how your parents look, that's all manipulated, induced. It's all an experiment. This whole place is an experiment. It's a laboratory.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of people have to come to grips with. So that's why this whole thing is based on you not remembering with creation. I don't know if people really grasp that. It's like everything is based on you forgetting or misleading, because everyone has the questions, looking for the answers, just like your Buddhist friend. It's there, and they leave truth, so you go there into those religions. But all those religions are doing is just redirecting you. What you should already be, that connection should already be there with creation. So this whole world is based on you not connecting with creation, or remembering that you are what you're a part of, or where you come from. Make you think you just came into existence, or 6,000 years ago when this type of life began, and we're all just stumbling along. These civilizations have been going on and been collapsing and going on. You got Egypt and pyramids everywhere, and all types of engineering feats that took place thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago with no explanation, but, you know, the technology has just advanced in the past, you know, a couple hundred years, and we have a computer now, so we must be the most advanced we've ever been. So, you know, BS, basically. So you don't know.
I agree with you about. I agree with you about the existence of ancient technology and ancient codes. My name's Graham Kilshaw.
Oh, Graham Kilshaw.
Thanks a lot, Jared, for bringing me onto this conference call.
So, what did you learn about codes and language? Okay.
Well, I started out in university, and then actually I'm writing about it. I went to Japan with a group of 5 friends, and I actually went into an old mountain, and I can testify that there was an ancient code in this mountain that was a cyber code. I call it the cyber stone, and I'm pretty sure that it. Well, I don't know. I don't want to define it too much, but I think it's more about us defining it together than it is about me defining it completely. And I think it's adaptable too, and that's what. I mean, it is binary, but it's also adaptable, and it's about us. I think at the core of the code is a we above me mentality, and really that's what communication is about. It's not just information that I'm bringing you; it's information that is coming from the collective and being put into individuals for the sake of the collective.
Yeah.
And so, but hang on a second. Is there number 1s and number 2s, or is it?
What do you mean?
You know, like, what do you think about this, Jared? Like, are we going into number 1, or is this like a alternative move? Right? Are we saying new? Let's go everything new, and this is all new, or are we going to say, let's, you know, because I think my kind of conservatism is saying, let's go to the conservatism of something that brings us security, peace, and prosperity for the world, right? And ultimately, it's more about code than it is about physical things, right?
Now, what do you mean define code and physicality?
Well, I think values versus labels is, for me, like we have governments that are saying participating in sports programs after school because it's about sportsmanship type values, and ultimately these sportsmanship type values overcome crime, right? And so like if I want to stand up for something, it's more sportsmanship type values than it is the criminal mentality. And so let's go sportsmanship. Let's and the other thing is like these secret society things. Hang on a second. I don't want to try to say let's have a strange handshake first and then make some deal based on some occult bullshit. I want to say let's play by the rules first, and then after we can have a handshake that we agree upon. It can be anything, but the handshake symbolized the sportsmanship values we played by, and the handshake happens after the game.
But it's still a game.
The handshakes and the signs and the symbols that they do in secret societies, it's people do it even who are in secret societies and don't realize. Those are just like it's like a contract they're signing with each other.
Yeah, contract signing to it.
Yeah, it's a contract. It's like that whole contract law thing, right? Like it's contract that offers and acceptances that people don't even realize they're doing on a daily basis. You know.
Yeah.
You know, and I think maybe.
I'm not going to tell people drop out of your fraternity. I value like the fraternity mentality, and especially inside universities. It's when it gets like some fraternities can get weird, though. You know.
Well, they're all linked. All fraternities all have a common denominator, and they're all linked to. They all they all come back to the same thing, really. They all have different jobs, different tasks, and not everybody in a fraternity are like what you call who out to stab people in the back per se. But they're all from the view of a chess master. They all are pieces that can be used to promulgate an agenda. Somebody else.
Yeah, but if it's a collective agenda, then it's almost like a democratic agenda, anyway. Like, don't you think this? Like, if I see the agenda is coming from sort of collective. And especially when we're measuring values over phone systems and internet and all sorts of forms.
Now, what do you mean by values? I meant to ask you that. What values?
Well, values can be measured, whereas values come down to communication and oneness. Oneness is the value, and so like seeing yourself as separate from everything else is the value that is an anti-value. Whereas I guess the core value within, at the very center, is oneness. And I guess, you could call it family, but family, ultimately in the center of a family is a code, which is DNA. But we're not talking about the physical DNA code. We're talking about the oneness code of the spirit world above the DNA code. And I'm not getting into like this weird conspiracy stuff. I'm just talking about pure code, and code exists inside computer programs just as much as it does inside physical human beings, right? And our world.
What is the spirit world? Like, what is that? Give me something like an example of like what's something that's in the spirit world.
Well, every religion and every science is ultimately trying to find a truth of light that exists in unity. That we've been searching for and that we're converging into. And I think everything that rises does converge. And that's why we built pyramids in the past. It's because there's a light at the top that represents a form of unified truth. And I call this the United System. It is both truth and light.
No, light has many, I've heard it used in different interpretations. I've heard light, like there's different definitions of that word.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
all religions use light, I noticed, and all religions, from every spiritual thought, they all use that word light. But it leads me to think, okay, so if they're all using it, where do they all get it from, this light? All modern religions have it, and then you see it in Zoroastrianism, light. But where did Zoroaster get it from? Where did this idea come from? This light idea.
Let there be light is beginning, and it's also, well, I don't think it ends, though. I don't think the let there be light ends. I think it actually develops, and I think it goes with gravity. But if you think about it, gravity doesn't just go into the planet Earth. There's a more powerful gravitic body that the Earth rotates around we call the Sun, and that Sun has more light than the Earth. And then there is a even very, very, very more large gravitic body. So thinking about gravity doesn't just go into the Earth. Gravity goes into the Sun. It goes
in the whole universe is gravity.
Yeah, exactly. It holds together the unity, right? And that's the code. The code is gravity. It's not.
You're talking about the oneness singularity, right?
Yeah. The other one is.
But
there's gravity and anti-gravity. There's also engineering and reverse engineering. Okay, idiots talk about anti-gravity and reverse engineering, like dumbasses talk about the dumb people. They're about reverse engineering and anti-gravity. Smart people, like real people who understand the unity of the spirit in the world, they're with gravity and with engineering, right? So it's the builders, it's the engineers that are right. And the other one was, we said the universe, but I was going to say that between the Earth, there's the Earth as the sun, then there's the bigger galaxy, and then there's the universe. And there might even be a multiverse of super universes that are converging. We don't know, right? But if the universe is going to be one, it's with gravity, and the unity code is the universe of light. Don't you think?
That terminology, light, and because when I look back into what light means, right, it's what they mean. It's like in Kabbalah. I remember. I'll never forget that. I always use this example. Well, they say that light is how primitive man was. That's what light was. And primitive man, they said, had both sexes. So to bring us to the light is to bring us to that original how primitive man was. And then I think about that, and I look at other doctrines that kind of coalesce with that, like the Luciferian doctrine. And Lucifer is light bearer, right? So, and Lucifer
one would say Lucifer is light bearer, but on the Christian network, if you're watching TV, Lucifer can be also a definition of Satan. So with each label comes the opportunity to divide. We can divide labels into sets of 2.
Yeah, that's what.
Labels into sets of 3, but many times labels get divided into mutually contradictory ideas, and sometimes these are based upon ideas of divinity, and sometimes these ideas of divinity come from different parts of history. And what form of divinity do we believe in? Do we believe in the new divinity of the world light, the solar light, the universal light, or do we believe in some old divinity of gods? Ultimately, I think the world is choosing one divinity and not many. So one from many, to me, is the
well. That's what they Warburton.
Yeah.
You ever heard of Warburton? He's another. He said that the secret behind the mysteries was the unity of the Godhead, because all the gods, no matter how many they were, in the end, they were all really one God that we're talking about. They were just different aspects. And it was just to call it a God was personalizing, because what this God was really pretending to be was something else. Because the only thing I can see in nature that these gods, a lot of these gods are like, it's just different aspects of nature, and like it's that singularity again. They're saying it's like they copy that. They copy what nature does, but they take you to another. They take you somewhere else. That's the symbol of Upsilon. You ever heard of Upsilon?
Greek letter.
Yeah.
It has more value than it has as a symbol, though. What does it symbolize in values to you?
It's going in one direction, right?
Yeah.
And then you just split into two and go here and go there. But think of that Y. But that Y has been that principle is done multiple times. It's actually a Y connected to another Y going another 2 directions, connected to another Y, and that actually looks like there's actually a symbol out there that they use that. But I think it's the Malta symbol, I'm not sure. But it's and then you just that's what Pythagoras says. You have this monad, the singularity, but then they just go off into all these other things and divided until you like just don't even know.
Who divided?
Huh?
Who's dividing and who's uniting?
It's just It's divided into. It's just so many things. It's just thought is divided. Your conception of reality is divided. Human beings were divided. Create all these different groups. Divide and divide. It's a system. It's a mechanized system. And everybody plays a part in it, not even realizing where they're going. But in the end, it's a computer that runs everything. Now, you could say that's a kooky conspiracy theory, but all the evidence keeps saying that, and you can't deny that.
Yeah, I think like my values are the handshake after every thought that happens in my head, and ultimately I think those values, it's like I hear. Well, maybe it's neuropeptides, but I feel good, and I feel in light when it travels towards the unity. And the other one is like I've heard about computers. I mean, there's I wouldn't want to say this publicly, but like in the last, well, maybe this is older than time, but the humans have developed the core engine neural network and a semantic web. And so above the semantic web is probably a core engine neural network that's related to a system of unified light for perhaps a United Nations. And then, well, definitely for United Nations. And I think this, but like above, like we talk about spirituality, psychology, and biology. To me, I just consider it spirituality and biology. Psychology is bullshit a lot of the times, but spirituality and biology are real, and biology is becoming more unified with the spiritual system. And the thing is, there's automation, and then there's spirit. Ultimately, automation is great for humans to approach the spirit. One day, via automation, we'll become more than just biology, and that's the promise in the light that really makes it so that we, like, if we keep going with this united system, we'll get to Mars. We'll change ourselves, but we'll get to Mars. And
I want to ask you a question. I think you would know about this stuff. What do you know about sound?
Yeah, music, harmony.
But
right?
music is is it music just a refined form of sound? I'm talking about raw sound. Like sound in nature, like what role do you think it plays?
It plays a role in uniting consciousness. Sound. We're using the vocal sound frequency to communicate.
So it unites consciousness. So like before there was at least human consciousness, what do you think it did with? Because I've been looking like at that unified theory of the universe by Einstein, and he was saying, everything works out in that theory except for gravity. And I've been told that before gravity was gravity, the sound, some type of sound was involved, in that Big Bang. So I don't know, because I know sound cannot travel if there's no air, but it can travel through matter or whatever. So I was talking about this with my other friend. What do you think exactly happened, or do you have any theories or?
Well, the sound that we use with our voice, we create sound with shapes and the movement of air that creates vibration. So shape and the physical creates sound, but it also goes in the other way. It's like any chemical equation. The sound can go into us and recreate our thoughts and recreate our world, right? And so we're always recreating. We're always like sportsmen. We're recreating the present. And so, yes, you can be programs and automation are trusted and predictable systems are good. That's why we have sports. And ultimately, we want to play ball. And so playing ball with sound is good. Playing ball with light is good. And we're going from a two-dimensional light system on big screens and 32-inch televisions as well as 33-inch televisions. And we're looking into into this and saying, let's go into three-dimensional systems, so that three-dimensional light as well as three-dimensional sound. We have stereo sound and three-dimensional light that's coming to us via a web that connects all of our consciousness in communications technology. It's not just information technology. It's communications technology, and communication means shared global values.
So you saying that sound, that was interesting. They said that sound is uniting consciousness. But do you think that's what it was? That's what it's ultimately for? Like a bat uses sound. Is it uniting consciousness? It seems like it uses it as a navigation device of some sort. Or a dolphin uses sound. Or some people use sound, or animals use sound to ward off other animals that are attacking them. So it doesn't seem like uniting. Sometimes it could be. I guess it's like a principle. You can manipulate it, and for whatever purpose. I guess it's like you can create and destroy type of thing. Sound, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like anything. It's like a gun is a gun. It's just who's using it and for what purpose.
Yeah.
Sound is sound. It's going to be, two things bouncing off of each other or whatever, vibrations, creating something. Yeah, and in your mind, maybe in a way, it's uniting a thought. That's what words might do. It unite a thought.
Information.
Unite a feeling.
It's
information. It's carrying information. Yeah, that's what it's doing.
Yeah.
Transmitted, through the air.
Yeah.
Air has the word air in it, and transmission is the H as well.
Yeah, because think about it, we're carbon-based life forms, they say, right? And we breathe in air. What's air composed of? What's it? Hydrogen. It's oxygen, and it's made of isn't there like water in that? Because there's like water particles everywhere. I guess there's probably even really small ones, and since water is a conductible thing, wouldn't it make sense that it's a conduit or some shit, or something like that? It's like it's a conduit to transfer information through, like a telephone.
A medium.
Yeah.
Yeah, medium. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like
usually
gravity.
it's based on electrical impulses in the water. Like a lot of like crocodiles or sharks, like their bodies or their mouths, for instance, are set up so that they can feel the slightest electrical impulse, and that's how they can track what their prey is.
Mm-hmm.
Electrical current. So.
Yeah, and it's like with the gravity, I was looking at it. It's like so pervasive, yet so indifferent to everything. Like when they were doing tests of I forgot what scientists discovered this. That when you drop something, it doesn't matter if one thing's heavier than the other; they all drop at the same speed. And they called it. I forgot what they called it. Like when they had these planes, right? When you take a plane, they would go on this plane and it would go up and down, and when it go up, it would
zero gravity.
It would seem like there was no gravity. And they were
astronauts train and stuff like that. Or that's a training exercise they do.
Yeah, for going into space.
Yeah, and they also practice underwater. It's like the same kind of thing.
So it's just gravity everywhere and throughout the whole universe, but everything has its own power of one. Every planetary body has its own power of one, its own gravitational force, which is it pulls to itself.
I think the power of gravity results in life. I mean, we wouldn't have trees and life the way it is without gravity. We have a backbone. And hang on a second. There's brainiac people who are anti-backbone, and then there's backbone people who are anti-brainiac. And both, I tend to go with the backbone. I love the backbone.
Mm-hmm.
And the backbone is we stood up and we aligned with gravity. Maybe that's why humans are where we are right now. We stood up.
Yeah, like look how our body forms because of how gravity's set up. Like if people who would have stayed out of space for a while would have they have to go through like some type of machine. I forgot what they call it, but like because if you stay in gravity for a while, because you're used to having a certain amount of pressure on your body, and your body grows around it. So, and I've heard science fiction stories where like people who live on the moon are younger because their bodies age less quickly because they're not getting as much pressure or whatever, stuff like that. And that's interesting too. How like what causes somebody to age? Like an instruction or something inside their cells that just cause it to not function anymore. Whatever. But I don't know.
What do you mean? Well, I think when we stand up with gravity, ultimately the result is that we're going to unite in consciousness. And that's
Are you saying?
But Brainiac, the brain is inferior compared to the.
The brain is just a tool for everyday, day-to-day things. But what stays forever, is the material inside the spine, the backbone, as you call it.
Are you saying that gravity has a positive effect on the human?
Well, it's a thought that was in the beginning. That's how I look. It's a thought that was in the beginning, and we just form around that thought. We're a byproduct of what was in the beginning, basically. So gravity and all these different principles, because something else wills it. So we're like just a product of something's will, and we're formed around that, and that's what explains the instincts that animals have. Any other animal, like a bird, just knows to do these things because the will is something else.
Oh yeah. So what does gravity do symbolically compared to what I just said? Symbolically, gravity puts our brainiac above the backbone, and I guess there's a brainiac above every brainiac, and it's getting into a big, like it's a galaxy.
Like a brainiac, you mean like somebody like Ayn Rand who just uses pure reason? Reason is absolute.
I was referring to if you compare the light inside a mind, to the 10,000 light year radius surrounding planet Earth, we'd say 10,000 light year radius coming into planet Earth and being at the center of our global consciousness, like that much gravity.
You know what it is? When you use the word light, you kind of throw me off. I'm like confused with that word. I don't know what it really means. Like what you.
Why do we have to be on like one global consciousness? Like why do you want everyone to be in the same so much? Why do we all have to be the same?
Why can't we just be many? Why can't we just be many within one?
But wasn't he talking about value? I mean, value the oneness. I think he meant kind of like the individual. At least that's how I took it.
No.
And it's the value of the individual, I guess. I mean, we all are on a path to light.
Like you don't believe? Do you believe in individuality at all? Do you think it's a hindrance on people to have individual personalities?
Well, the more connected you get, the more you realize there is no individuality. It's an us thing, right?
But the communists would take that same thing and said, we for the greater good type of thing, but really it was just benefiting a small coterie of people.
Yeah, this isn't communism, so capitalism. Like, what do you want, right? If we're building a global computer that that puts electromagnetism into circular disks and that these circular disks represent our bank account and our potential to broadcast, right? Like, what's more important, media or money? I'd say media, because media and money kind of come together at the higher levels, right? but like if media represents global values a lot of the
No,
time.
money is the currency which flows through everything and keeps everything moving. That's what the money does, right? And the media
media. I'm talking about media with law. Like, what does a judge say? Like, I consider when the judge snaps his hammer, is he serving values or is he serving money? I'm saying he's going to be serving
those two choices. What do you mean by values? Because values change. It's like you're saying morality, but that's not something like concrete. What you're saying there's no fixed definition of these things.
Oh yeah, you're right. Did you ever read the essay of Tony Blair about, like, we say it's like in the West we say, or in America, there's this big global war on terrorism thing. Tony Blair submitted a really great essay called A Battle. Like, it's not a battle against anymore. I mean, it's a battle against fear, a battle against terrorism, sure. But we can say it's more than that. It's a battle for global values. And so, like, I think.
But what does that mean, though? What does it mean? From my perspective, right? Global value. That's like saying, what's the difference between right and wrong? Like, from whose point of view are you talking? Like, what does that really? Whose values? What are the person's values? Everybody has different values. So, like,
hang on a second. Yeah, like, I don't want to say, I mean, family values, being one of the guys, right? And one of the guys that controls capitalism. I mean, I don't want to, like, this. Is it? I mean, if you're with capital, then first you find out about millionaires on the block, right? And you say, like, well, how did they become millionaires? Oh, this real estate stuff. And then you find, oh, hang on a second, there's billionaires in the city.
Mm-hmm.
What do these billionaires do, right? Well, nowadays billionaires give away money, right? Nowadays billionaires have nonprofit charities, and they're not getting taxed.
Yeah, but those charities are thinly veiled. There's another side to those charities, because when you pay money to when you give charity away to a hospital, in reality you control that hospital because you're giving the money to the hospital. So on one hand, it looks like it's a good thing. Looks like, oh wow, it's really admirable what they're doing, they're giving. But they control everything, how the whole hospital functions, because they can control the money.
Mm-hmm.
So they have the power.
Yeah.
So isn't that how that's how hospital works? That's how Freemasonry works. That's.
What do you mean?
And they're stealing the money. They're there to collect taxes from the slaves so that they don't have to work. I mean, these are the people that you're talking about. I mean, the billionaire. They're not a billionaire by chance. They're there for a reason.
A lot of them are billionaires, but the money's not actually theirs, though.
None of it is.
Try telling them that, huh?
They know that, though. They know they just have a good lifestyle and they can buy a lot of things. But when they make donations and charities, because they're given an order to do that, because it's not their money. So you're gonna do what you want. You're gonna do what I tell you with my money. That's what the pyramid represents. That's what the pyramid represents. Yeah, that's what the pyramid represents. It's one bank account, all at the top, and it's not their bank account. It's more of the computer's bank account. It's not.
They control the flow of the currency, directed by banks. So.
Yeah, directed by bank. Yeah, man.
Yeah. So hang on a second. I was gonna say we can go back to saying values versus labels. Corporations are becoming labels, and now we're saying corporate pirates, corporate raiders, these corporate criminals, corporate psychopaths. Those are labels, right? And people are being sacrificed, like the millionaires are being sacrificed for the billionaires, and the billionaires are being sacrificed for the one quadrillionaire who's computing. Like computing is the king. You know what I mean?
What was I gonna say? So yeah, when you went, tell me about that mountain in Japan, would you? Well, how long ago did you do that? You did that like recently or something?
That was 2005. Yeah.
Oh, well, you went to like temples and stuff and all that?
Yeah, I was flown to Lhasa in Tibet. That's where I lost my virginity with my girlfriend Ella. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, your girlfriend and you guys talk about this stuff a lot?
Huh?
You and your girlfriend talk about this stuff a lot?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we still talk. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's in law now, and I listen to her because she knows the law, right?
Well, those people, I learned that people in law don't necessarily, they understand the law, but there's a lot of things they don't understand, and these people are like completely bound by law. Like they have to follow the rules and everything that they do. Like there's certain things. It's like being on a chessboard. Like you're a knight, you can only go across, it's crazy. Like you have a position and you have to just play that role. It's like when you're in a courtroom, there's only certain things they could do and the things they cannot do.
Yeah, I mean, law does. Hopefully, you're with the law to begin with, and you're not trying to go from being illegal to legal. You're trying to go from being legal to being better.
Well, but legal or law, it's based off because it's like what's his name? Rothschild said. He says it doesn't matter. Something doesn't matter if I control the money. I control laws are based on money, right? So if you control money, you can control the laws. And generally, a lot of the laws just generate more revenue.
That's all they do. It's just like another tax collection method.
Yeah, basically that's what it is. That's what law is generally made for, to generate more revenue from the populace.
Police are just there to collect that revenue, at gunpoint.
Yeah, but they don't even. But even them, like, they don't understand the law. Cause there's like things with the law, like I learned that it's out there, like if you want to look into it, but not everybody knows about it because I don't think they're taught a lot of things in university, man. I really don't.
Of course not.
I don't think they're taught, like they just taught like okay, you study this for your job and that's it. Like they just know about law in a specific part, but you know. But then law is like changes because then you have every state is like a different law, or you're being Canadian law, and you go into contract law and that supersedes Canadian law, and it's all these things, man. It's
law of the land versus law of the high seas.
Yeah, so like, what law are we talking about? I guess all laws are, I guess depending on what area you're in.
Yeah. Right.
But it seems to be that contract law, from what I've been learning, it's kind of like it supersedes almost everything.
Yeah,
well, they always need the guns to enforce their laws.
Yeah, the guns.
So,
yeah, it's like you can be in that like system, right? I'm not saying it's all just and everything, but you can be in that. And even justice has a different definition. But you can be in that thing, in that system, and not be like attacked because you know how it works. Like this, but then that would just say you'd be playing their game. But like there's like the people who go to jail a lot, right? And they arrested and all types of things all the time and giving tick. It's because they don't understand law. It's their ignorance of it which makes them suffer, and they're not going to be. Huh?
You know, like I had a big experience, and you know, I don't want to say like exactly what year and whatever happened, but what I basically realized is I was like a kid, and I was saying like I want money and power and stuff like when I was really little and dumb, and then I woke up and said, hang on a second, people in hierarchy around the world are basically existing in a hierarchy. It's not a hierarchy of people. It's a hierarchy of code that people serve. And if people go against the code, they get sacrificed. And, you know, I'm all for the sacrifices because it serves the code. And so, you know, sacrifice the lamb, sacrifice the corporate pirate, you know, sacrifice the...
Whoa. Well, I don't know.
But, yeah, you know, like, I think the code above, and the code gets better and better and better the higher up you are. Like, the more, like, you get... I mean, the code gets more connected and unified and intelligent at the high level. And that's why we...
You gotta really, like, define what you're saying right now, please.
It's like you can't even really... It's like you're using words and with different connotations, and it's just it could be confusing to some people.
Well, the way I hear them is the way you were talking earlier, how the business is run all Masonic. You know, all societies are Masonic, and what he's saying, this how I hear it. He's saying that every country, you know, on this planet is Masonic, or they have codes, societies, and you know, you break a system, you break a code, and you get sacrificed. It's all mystic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is. It's like what I was just saying when I read that YouTube. That's what it seems like, saying like it's all. You're attributing something that's kind of artificial, as if it's a natural thing. Like
I hear that too, but I hear like it's almost like you're saying you like it and you want to be a part of it. That's what I'm hearing.
That's what he always says.
You like the hierarchy.
Graham doesn't hold anything back. He lets you know how he feels. You know, but sometimes I don't understand, like, you know, because he uses different wording.
But the wording
I agree with Jared, man. Jared.
You can use any type of wording you want. It's like, it's still like I'm hearing him as a person, like how he's going about, how, you know, we're looking at the same system here, and what you choose to do within that, or how you choose to view it, like that's all I'm hearing. I don't care what terminology he's necessarily using. It's his intentions that I'm just listening to. You know? You want to serve,
for me, it was like I want to serve the code above. I don't want to like betray the code above or betray my human beings, right? I think it's like human rights are the code at the top, and we're gonna say let's go to human rights.
Do you think these people like want, like they want to help you, and like they have like their best interest in mind, like these people that are in control, like they have nothing better to do than just like, so like, you know, it's like when you watch all those police TV shows, like they just can't sleep until they solve the crime, like they're just, and then in reality they're beating the crap out of you and taking all your money. Like, is that the same principle? Like,
well, you know, there's people today in poor countries, they're living off rice, and I guess like what the system's doing is it's saying, well, we can give them human rights, we can give them a system of law protecting them.
Yeah, but how can you give something that is already there?
Yeah, they were born.
Give them connection to the global interweb of.
But obviously the
global interweb is artificial.
That's what took away the rights from them. So you can't be giving them. You're born with what you're born with, and just say I'm going to give you the right now to move as a human being. You know, they're the ones that are taking it away on a global scale. They took it away from everyone, so they can control it. You know, that's what the U.S. is for. It's a food cartel, right? It's like there's.
Yeah, well, like if you want to understand the world, ultimately just turn on the TV and look at the news stories that are coming up right now, right?
Yeah, but that you can't. Then you say, you know, I don't know. You probably have heard of him. You ever heard of Marshall McLuhan? Like you're basically saying, if you want to understand the world, look at it through somebody else's eyes, and not your eyes. That's what you're doing when you're looking at the news. To understand the world is to do something like he did, right? Go out and just go to Japan and just see it with your own eyes, not through an extension. Um, not through some
The media.
medium.
The middleman.
That's what Marshall McLuhan called. He called the extensions of man, and that's what radio, media, all these things are just an extent. He called them an extension of our own senses, but really not an extension. It's more of like, someone else can find the word. They're more of like they're blocking. They're redirecting our senses. They're like, it's like putting on drunk people glasses, right? And thinking that, and those drunk people glasses are the media, and you're putting them on and saying,
right. The television is the retina to the mind's eye.
Yeah, or it's an image of some sort of myopic vision, whereas there's a larger, long-term vision that some of us can wake up to through societies and fraternities, right? I mean, a lot of us ally each other with inner systems of information. Like I agree with you guys about this. Like we ally with each other so we can share information and pass information strategically. That's communication, right?
Yeah, well, we do pass information, and we just each like a book, and we're all just reading each other, and taking what we understand.
Yes, but until you do it yourself, it's just a guide of, and someone else's experiences based on their biases too. So you could have a terrible. It's like two people walk into a movie, one person loves, one person hates it. So I mean, you got to do it yourself.
Yeah. Well, what the common denominator is that we pass ideas to each other, and off those ideas, he said, I saw a movie, and he interpreted it differently. He gave you the idea. Maybe I'll go watch that movie and see it for myself.
Yeah, well, here's where the present news comes in. Did you hear what's happening in Egypt right now? I mean, the whole Judeo-Christian ideology is going out of Egypt, right? But what is Egypt doing? Egypt's enforcing like a fascist system of controlling the internet and controlling ideas. Going out of Egypt means going with the web, right? And go with the flow. I mean,
well, I don't know. Like they say that Egypt's creating a fast system, fast idea, but we're just seeing. We're getting we don't see the whole picture. Like I know a guy in Egypt right now, and he hasn't replied to me, but I want to know what they see from their point, because we're getting the story from what our media is saying, but what is actually happening over there? Like first of all, how'd the riot start? I wasn't there, so I can't tell you. Like, usually when a riot starts, it's usually a provocateur who starts that, like the Rodney King. It was people who start that, and people just kind of go along or whatever. Like, politics is very deceptive, like because we're not. It's gonna make more sense as time transpires. And it's like everything that happened, it happened for a reason, but it's not the reason that most people people already come to conclusions, like, because it's a fascist thing. I heard that, but I don't know. I couldn't tell you that. I don't have enough information to say that.
I mean, they control the internet here too, which is
Well, hang on a second.
They control what you can view, what searches you can get. If you're only going through Google or whatever, then they can choose what to show you and what not to show you. It doesn't have to be in your face. Like, we're definitely doing this, everyone. Check it out. They lie by omission. So.
Yeah, because Google, like, I noticed that Google slowly they seem to it's taking over everything. Like YouTube has a deal with Google, MySpace, Google, and it's
so where's the contract in there?
Yeah, the contract is in there. And everybody consents to it. Everybody. And like Facebook, right? Notice like everything. Like if you want to go onto another site, there's like a contract with Facebook and that site, which links all your information from Facebook to that site. And it's just like it's becoming what Graham would call unified consciousness. Becoming more and more unified. And it's and on the one hand, people think, oh well, it's more convenient that way, but on the other hand, it's more easily accessible and easier predictable. And it's just and it's all coming back to that synthesis that you thought it was one computer system, and you think it's always different groups, but really they were always one group. And now they're coming out and saying that.
Okay, so you want to talk about unified consciousness communication systems and the difference between values and labels? I can give a little spiel on this just out of the top of my head. At the lowest level, we have one-bit intelligences. And these one-bit intelligences think in terms of polarities like good and evil, order and chaos, left and right. But then there's a level above that. We can call that 2-bit. And this 2-bit intelligence sees things in quadrants. And above 2-bit is 3-bit, where we can see things in double quadrants. Or anyway, the higher levels ultimately lead up to a way of consciousness. Like if you measure consciousness compared to computing, you can see things in more than two. It's not, everything isn't divided. I mean, there is a system progressing towards order out of chaos, but ultimately, in order to have values and communication, you can't just say white and black. You have to say there's a spectrum, right? And the more degrees you see on the spectrum is basically the more open your mind is to the unity and the truth, right? I mean, everyone's on a progression into light together, and I get into this, and that's basically what I discovered from the way shower I met in Japan.
But you discovered that through your individuality. If you were in a collective, I don't think you would be able to discover that. My opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I wasn't really in a collective to begin with. That's why I was in a division to begin with. And what is a division? Why do they call it a division? It just doesn't mean that you're separate.
We're individuals, but yet we are collective. Like people, we're gregarious. We like the only way we can figure out more about ourselves and about and learn is like what we're doing right now. We're becoming a collective. We're going to a herd and speaking with people with like minds. And so we take that information, and yet we go back to the individual. It comes back to the individual. It's like bouncing. Because we can't have too much of each, just being a collective and being an individual. Because an individual, too much, would just be a hermit, just living away from everybody.
One thing is, like, when I was in a division, I believed in an unknown superior, and I called this unknown superior U.S. When I graduated into a higher level of thinking, I said, I'm not just a division anymore. I'm part of a united system. I am U.S. I am united system. I'm not unknown superior anymore. United system is a united system, right? And so
I know. I see where you're coming from. You're saying that the unknown superior was you, and you found, if you want to word it that way, but I guess it could be looked at that way. Some people could look at it that way. I look at it differently when I hear that. Us, it depends from whose perspective. Like, who's us? It's not me. It's another group of people. Us, and that us is unknown superior because they have no name.
Above me.
Because they have no name. Because having a name in law is kind of a bad thing. Because that's why they answered, like when Moses asked God, "What are you? What's your name?" Because I am that I am. Because as soon as because a name, like your name, Graham Kilshaw, capital letters, is basically saying He's just a vessel.
You can call me Demon Killer.
Yeah.
You see that Kanye West song?
No, which one?
I don't know. There was a lyric in a Kanye West song I just saw. There, he was talking about Demon Killer. I guess it has two meanings, right?
Probably. Well, Damon comes from Damon.
Or you could be the
Greek.
Demon Killer, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But I was thinking, back to music, bro. Seriously, we can think about working together with our connections. I mean, you've got lots of phone numbers, lots of connections, lots of guys with different perceptions, and like a lot of these guys are just like, hang on a second, I live in New York, I want money, you know, this sort of thinking, and then, you know, like guys who think like Kanye West are at the top of the top. You know, Kanye West to me is a symbol of what I could become if I collaborate with good guys like you, you know?
Well, Kanye West, that seems like an illusion. Like when Kanye West think, like it seems like he has a thinking strategy which gets him to that point. But really, is that he was led up to that point. He did things, and like they give this illusion, like the rapper 50 Cent, like that. Oh yes, like I'm reading Ralph Green's book, 48 Laws of Power, and I'm all about this, and like he's being successful, like almost like he brought that success upon himself, but nothing's further from the truth, man. It couldn't be further from the truth. It's that he was given that success, and he happened to actually have some to make a song and rhyme with it. That's all it was, you know. That's really all it is. When I look at it, like, because I see people who have more talent, but they won't do certain things that compromise their own integrity, so they'll never be that 50 Cent or that Kanye West.
And those dudes are black, you know, each step of the way. So.
Yeah, because you see them when you understand symbolic languaging, and you just see it's all right there. It's we see just deducing and stuff. Just you see what they're saying. You understand, like, okay, all right. You see where he's at. It tells you everything, you know, once you understand that type of languaging. When you look at the shirts and the things that they wear, they may think they're wearing them for another reason, but they don't overstand. What I call overstand, you seem to call, Graham, you seem to call it a higher level of consciousness.
Yeah, well, we can. I agree. Yeah.
It's just it's a higher level of reasoning. I would term it. I think reasoning on a more a wider perspective. Not as narrow. It's an overstanding. But the overstanding, you can over and overstand, but that's just part of it, because you have to verstand eventually, and that comes. I think it gets better over the years, the verstanding, but like I guess it get really perfected when you're of an older age, like 50s, 40s, or whatever. You can see where it's going because you've seen those situations, those circumstances so many times. So you don't only understand those situations, now you know where it's going because you've seen it, you experienced it so many times. So, you know, I wouldn't think any of these guys.
I congratulate Jared for overstanding. I'm pouring myself a cup of tea because I love listening to this stuff. You know, learning, getting together with the people that overstand and think.
So I don't think guys like 50 Cent and Kanye West, when I look at their actions and their moves, I don't see that.
Dirt balls, man.
What?
Dirt balls, you know.
Yeah.
Their job is to, like, with that, especially with
they're just really
like,
stupid people, you know.
No, I mean, not necessarily what they're doing is creating stupid people. You know, like their job is,
exactly.
Especially with rap, like they're speaking like directly to you. So they're telling you exactly. Like 50 Cent makes songs about getting high all the time, and then he does interviews talking about he's never smoked and he doesn't even drink.
Yeah.
They've never smoked weed ever.
Yeah.
So what is that? Like, so that means
you know what it is too, because it's not that they're conscious that they're having people follow them, but they're making people stupid. But people don't understand. You gotta understand that they're stupid too. They believe a lie in their own lives as well. They believe in a lie. They believe
they like that
shit.
money, that instant gratification. That's what those guys are after. If you want to see the big logo for instant gratification, look at those people. Anyone that's in that field, entertainment industry. That's all. Politics too. That's all. That's instant gratification. What can I get now? I don't care what I'm doing to them. If they don't see it for themselves, then screw it. It's just like anything. If you don't go and research the law, you're not going to know that you don't have to go and deal with certain situations. If you don't research, conspiracies, you're not going to know that there's another way, or that government shouldn't be the way that they are, or even exist. Like, if you don't take it that step further, then that's what this whole world's based on. If you don't take it that step further, then you're not going to know. It's up to you.
So, we talk about instant gratification, money, drugs, and sex, music, media, YouTube. But, this is a global phenomenon. I just watched a great thing, so it was talking about a trinity, right? And the trinity was the crowd, the light, and the desire. And so the whole idea is that there's going to be different kinds of people in every crowd. The light is the ideas, right? And the desire is what you're sort of meeting. And the whole idea is to make them come together, and this is what creates the world. You're
talking about a formula. See, that formula is it's like a doctrine that they're following. It's a formula. And they're just applying something. They're applying a doctrine, a formula, to a situation, modern day situation, and making a trinity out of it. So.
But, this is the trinity of our media system, for sure. There's repeaters, and, I don't know. I think there's, it was talking about the evolution of breakdance, actually. And, in New York in the 80s, people would gather around and learn breakdancing moves. But now, thanks to YouTube, there's 6-year-olds in China and Japan that are probably the best breakdancers in the world, and there was a new breakdance troupe that just got put together from the best breakdancers on YouTube, who all got together and formed a new brand. They just check out every breakdance move in the world, and then they just practice doing the best breakdancing moves, and they put together a whole troupe and put together a whole new dance show, and that's the how the crowd, the light, and the desire come together via the web and create something great. I think breakdance is a symbol of something that is inside people that and it's like it's going beyond what it was before, and it's evolving faster and faster.
Yeah, Jorge, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question, man, because you live in Texas, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I noticed because I've been studying I was doing some research.
First, let me say something. I'm not that smart.
Come on, man. Come on, man. This guy, like, before I even opened my mouth, he just kind of he just shut himself down. How can you do that, man?
Go ahead.
But I was looking at where Mexicans come from, and they're basically Aztecs or Toltecs and these different tribes and stuff. And I was watching a thing on TV a while ago, Gangland, and they were talking about Mexican mafia and different gangs, and at the high levels of these gangs, they speak in Nuhala. So I can't say.
I don't know.
It's the ancient Aztec language. But man, when I look at when you break down the word Aztec, tech is basically saying a builder, a craftsman, and as it could be the message, or it could be as when you look at the definition, it's interesting. I forgot what it meant. And then you got toll tech. You got toll gating, and
you could
well,
look
I
at
don't know. Have you seen anything? Huh?
Be like the difference between Aztec and Toltec. What about information technology and communication technology?
No, I haven't seen anything, Jared. I haven't seen anything regarding that.
Toltec, it's going to start making. It better make money. If you're going to talk about Aztec, it better control money.
That's an interesting way to look at something. I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, so, Jared, if we're going to get together and make music, let's be Toltec and let's serve Aztec, right?
They got different roles, like the Toltecs were the predecessors of the Aztecs. They came before, and they had they say that they had a lot of wisdom. There's one guy who claims he's like a shaman type of guy. His name is something Ruiz, and his last name suggests he's playing a ruse on people. But and he is, because when you look at what he's saying, he'll say some things that are, yeah, that's true, but then it's just stuff that other stuff is kind of keeps you living in where you just don't even pay attention to the world around you, really, man. Like, I remember I heard him say something like, he had a book called The Four Agreements, and he basically said if somebody shoots you, don't take it personally. Like there was a grain of truth to what he was saying, but you take all that stuff to the fullest extent, and you're just a guy who doesn't even pay attention to anything in the world. You're just kind of oblivious.
So hang on a second. So this is funny, man. Aztec is the infotech above money that sacrifices humans. Okay? Toltec is the communications technology with the whole music.
How about give and receive?
Let's all buy this stuff from the online guy because this is Toltec good music. I love money. You know what I'm saying?
Toltec good music.
Let's do some Toltec music. And I'm going to make you money, Jared. This isn't just for my money. It's for hang on, Jorge in Texas.
It's interesting when you look at the word.
By getting together with the Toltec music and media. I don't want to be this, crazy infotech asshole at the top of the pyramid. I just want to say, listen, let's Toltec it. Let's I'm not going to be some infotech fucktard at the top. I'm just going to, I'm communications technology, man. And communications technology creates unity. So it's good, Yeah.
What's it called? There's a word I was looking at the other day. It's called tolerate, and if you break it down, it's toll rate, right? So when you're going through the toll booth, they tolerate you. When you're getting taxed, they tolerate you. Or maybe it's the other way around. Your toll rating. I forgot what does rate mean in the definition in the dictionary. Exactly. If anybody has one, what does it mean to rate? Rate them, because you got pi rates.
I'm linked to value.
Yeah. So when you toll rate something, you're taxing, but the rate is at what value it is, or how much it is, how much it's asking you. Is that what it really means to tolerate something? Oh, I tolerate this as long as they pay me this amount of money. Or I tolerate it. Let me see.
Yeah, you see Lil Wayne?
Yeah.
He talks about, he reminds me of Jorge a little bit in Texas. There's a gang, corporate gang.
At least you remind you of Jorge.
I know, right?
Talking about, I don't know. Lil Wayne's got diamond teeth.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something about those diamond teeth that really speak to me. And, I'm not kidding. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Wow, I don't know.
Those are the same lips you be kissing baby with. So.
You know, okay, look, Ray. This is a new dictionary. I got like a more recent one. It says rate. Measure, quantity, or frequency, typically one measured against some other quantity or measure. The crime rate, the speed with which something moves, happens, or changes your heart rate. A fixed price paid or charged for something, especially goods or services, the basic rate of pay, the amount charged or payment expressed as a percentage of some other amount, or as a basis of calculation, interest rates, a tax on land and buildings paid to the local authority by business and formerly also by occupants of private property. 1. Assign a standard or value to something according to a particular scale. We rated the cameras. Assign a standard, optimal, or limiting rating to a piece of equipment. Its fuel economy is rated at 25 miles a gallon. To consider to be of a certain quality, standard, or rank, he rates the stack by. I don't know, but basically, we're saying the best definition, because this is a new one. I noticed these new dictionary has like a lot of words will have like 5, 6 definitions, and that's what like the law dictionary. I mean, that's how they do it in law, and like a judge, like they can have 6 definitions, and whatever one suits them, they'll use that one. Anybody still there?
Yeah, when there's more than one definition, you go to the one that suits you. Yeah. What have you heard of this majority agent?
What's real though, man? I mean, it's so easy to that's easy to like manipulate things like towards your.
How you know they're working with a plan?
Yeah.
Always have a back door, man. 2 doors.
Yeah. Yeah.
Double door.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So the whoa. Yeah.
So yeah, man. So I don't know. I think I'm gonna get off the phone.
Yeah, it was really awesome talking to you, Jared.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I would like to know more about, because you seem to be studying more. You study like it maybe more in depth than I do. About frequencies and sound and vibration.
Yeah, well, you know what? Like, I'm getting together with communications technology stuff, and there's sometimes guys that are on my network that I'm not even aware are there. Like, I didn't know Jorge was there until 3/4 of the way through this conversation, right? I don't know
really?
everyone I'm talking to, right? But anyway, we're collaborating on this communications technology network, and stuff's coming into my web, and my web's going into other stuff's web, and this is going to Crowd, this is going to Light, and this is going to Desire. And what's going to happen is we're going to end up collaborating, and I'm going to get background tracks and foreground tracks. And I can sing foreground, but I need some guys backing me up. You know what I'm saying? And that's why we have a we and a me, right? You guys can back me up because I'm serving you guys, right? I'm serving the info tech guys above me, and I'm a communications tech guy, right? And you guys aren't just info tech guys to me. You guys are what makes my heart beat, right? You guys are my heartbeat, right? And that's why I love you guys. And Jared, you've got phone numbers, you've got IP addresses. You can tell me how to get these background tracks, like if it's a web address, if it's a telephone number. You're one of my best buds. You know that?
I didn't know that. What happened to that guy? That guy from the YouTube. Soundless Dawn. Is that his name?
He's a bro, yeah.
Where is he at? Like, I never spoke to him. I mean, does he talk conference calls? Does he do that? Or?
I called him a couple times. I can't really remember exactly what we said, but you know, he's promoting some. I don't even know, is ZP Tech Infotech, or is it's definitely communications technology, but we don't even really know what it is. You know, the other day, I was staring into my computer at 3 a.m. after staying up all night, and I started hallucinating, and I saw this word come up on my screen. It was kind of going in a diagonal direction. It was jumping out at me in like purple and red, and it just said the doors, or doors. It just said doors, like in the same font as the Doors, like the music band. And I was like, is that in my head or is that on my screen? And I couldn't tell. Am I hallucinating or am I just looking into the screen and having these cool things flashed at me? And I realized I'm not hallucinating. This is just a communications technology thing. It's like I'm in Microsoft Word, but I'm also online. You know what I mean? And that's interesting, you know?
Yeah,
in
Microsoft Word.
Sure. Okay, you're a pretty smart guy. You've got lots of connections. Have you heard of Pandora Radio?
Yeah.
Okay, you know how you can say, like, this is my favorite song, and I want to hear songs more like this? Well, you know, the Internet's kind of like a bicycle, but the future Internet's going to be more like a jumbo jet, okay? And Pandora Radio is more like it's like a jumbo jet to the music industry in America. Anyway, I use Internet for music and all sorts of communication stuff. But what I want to think about is creating filters for the web that like, okay, so I saw this guy Dan Burrich, and I said, never want to see him again. I don't want to think about him. I don't want to hear from him. I don't want to see him. I don't want to talk to him, and you know, because he's a lying piece of scum, right? And it's bullshit, you know, And what happens is if you're creating fear and fuck it, right? And you know, I don't reach out to the people that cause fear. Don't bow down to the people that cause fear. Create filters and allow people to set their own filters. Don't filter for other people. Let people set their own filters and let people create a reflecting mirror system. Like, I mean, YouTube a lot of the times can be like a mirror so that you can see yourself from new eyes. And so, like, you know, I was looking at myself and thinking, am I young or am I old? Well, to somebody who's younger than me, I'm old. To somebody who's older than me, I'm young, right? But, like, I mean, these filters, we should be able to set our own filters and create our own little stream online. And that's why some people go to Google and some people go to more confined sort of Christian-only little websites that have, you know, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, I want to be in the big global network of global values. And I also want to be able to create filters that say, hang on a second, liberty and equality and mainstream media is real, you know? You know, it's not just for a popularity contest, it's for global values that unite us. And so the other day I played in front of an audience of 7. I played my guitar. And I want to get into more like more cyber club type music. But last night I played my guitar in front of some mentally handicapped people and physically handicapped people, and what they said is one physically mentally handicapped person said, you know what, my friend just died, and you gave me comfort. You comforted me after the death of a friend. And I said, well, that's a meaningful way that I touched you through my music, and I'll remember that because that's the way I can touch people, and I want to do that more. And another one was there was a young guy who said, you know what, you touched me too through your music. You said don't give up in your music, and you know what, this young guy, he's got a job, and he's saying, I'm never going to give up my job, you know, and that's strong, you know. Don't give up your job. I'm saying don't give up, but I mean it means different things to different people at every different level of consciousness and every different level of physical ability. And I love playing for people with mental and physical disabilities, and you know, seeing how I can bring them up into, you know, and seeing how I touch them, it really actually touches me too. And I felt good. I didn't get paid for playing, but I got paid in values that I learned from people below me. People who, they're not below me, but they're my audience, and they're what feeds into me and makes me, you know, see values that I can share with other people. And so music more. Let's get into the kind of modern music.
I see what you call values, right? I think what you mean, it's like empathy you're talking about, or compassion. Like if you play a song and you touch somebody, and it touched you, how they felt, you felt a connection with them. So like I don't know what's the word they call that when two people connect like that. It's something that you felt like you connected with them at a certain level because they had pain and you.
Is it empathy?
I don't know if that's the word, correct word, empathy. Empathy is like taking in someone else's pain, right?
Mm.
I think that's what it means, empathy.
Yeah, there's sympathy and empathy.
Sympathy, yeah. The sympathy is you sympathize with them. You can relate. Empathy is taking in their pain. What?
I'm just repeating what I'm actually taking some good notes here.
Yeah. It's just taking in their pain. Buddhism does that, taking in people's pain. That's why in the movie Star Trek he said, "Your pain runs deep. Share it with me." They were saying something in that movie that goes back into like ancient religious thought or whatever. And the guy would do this, and he would share pain with people, and he had so many followers because of it, because he shared their pain with them. And they were all basically drunk in the end. They were just drunk, transubstantiated, well, ready to follow him to the ends of the universe, and they did.
Kind of like what musicians do, like they give the audience their pain, and they almost like an exchange going on.
Yeah, it's giving and receiving.
Yeah, so hang on a second. I can say that, that's the thing, when you create a connection, are you creating unity? Like, I don't agree with everything Steve Wilner, Salmas Dawn says, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the times I think he's on the side that's, well, I believe in majority agency values, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm tired of the non-majority agency stuff, because if I'm going to stand up as a person with a backbone, as a person with two testicles, like binary testicles and communications as something I love.
Binary testicles.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm actually gonna get a tattoo on both testicles. One is my right testicle has a number 1 on it.
Oh shit!
My left is number 2. Yeah.
Wow.
Or no, my left is number 0.
I don't want to share that pain with you, man.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, I don't know. But I feel your pain, guys. And sympathize and relate. I have empathy and compassion. And the other thing is, I think this, like, I had a life that, in a lot of ways, it resembles the life of everybody who went through public school, and everybody who got punched in the nose, and everybody who, who played sports, and after school in the programs that say go towards sportsmanship values and don't go into crime because crime isn't good. And ultimately I learned the values. Like when at times I thought that I was going to get into this criminal shit, and this occult weird, like killing people with guns and all this sort of like for money or whatever. And I said, no, fuck it, no. Stand up, grow some balls, think like a man, and have some sportsmanship type values that sympathize and relate with other people, so that you can be one with the crowd. The crowd decides. The crowd should decide, right? The crowd should be thinking and voting. Yeah.
Well, that's the theory. That's the idea that the crowd supposedly runs everything. They're the boss. But that's what it seems like on the surface. What?
Is that so, or do they get told what they like? Yeah.
you know what? In reality, if they had their unit of political power, they would be running things. But they don't have any political power. Because once you become a crowd, you lose all of that. You give your political power to a leader.
Yeah.
Your power of one is transferred to a leader.
Well, we all consent to all that, you know. I mean, when the police stops you and asks you to get out of your car, if everybody said no, yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I learned that, man. Like with a contract lawyer, because when he's telling you, I'm going to arrest you, he's giving you an offer.
Yeah.
And then, you can, and what they look for is for you to argue, and don't argue with them. Like when they tell you, I for the longest time people were saying, no, plead the fifth, don't say anything. But when you plead the fifth, that can be looked at as consent.
Yeah. You're acknowledging them.
Yeah, so you just gotta know how to talk. If a cop goes, hey, show me some ID, blah 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 blah, give me this, give me that. Oh, you don't argue. You just be like, ask him. You just reply with a question. Why are you accosting me?
Yeah, so like as a communications technology guy, think about it. Like I don't like people who bust other people up, That's why we have a brotherhood where we keep each other's secrets and we don't fucking that's the other thing. Like if you respect a human being, you're not going to say this human being is criminal because that's a label. If you have values of a real human being, you're going to stick to your own business.
I don't know, brotherhood scare me because when you got a whole bunch of men together really close like that, man.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Brotherhood got a bad rap.
He's kind of gay. I don't know, but it's just when a bunch of guys, right, who are working together, right, and it's cool for men to work together, but they don't have the insight of the female.
Like the asshole who rats on his brother. Like I'm not going to call somebody above me and say, take care of this guy. I'm going to just say, listen, we're on the level. We meet on the level. I can see you eye to eye as a human being. On the level. Say, listen, you're up to your own thing. As long as you don't fuck with me, I'm not going to fuck with you. I don't want.
I mean, it makes sense what you're saying. It makes sense. I agree with what you're saying, but I'm just, I can see it both ways.
Yeah. Well, are you going to call a man, or are you going to just let the system of, the system? I mean, there's a divine system. I don't know. Some say it's, it's just what you give out, you get back. I trust in the bigger system, and I'm not gonna go to call the fucking I live in Canada right now, and I'm never gonna call the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Patrol, to say I'd rather talk with guys like you guys because the RCMP, they're off in their own. They're weird, and I'd rather talk with guys that actually think like you guys,
Well, like the RCMP, me personally, it's like police. I don't talk to the police.
Don't talk.
Yeah, but if I see an opportunity to get a point across, I'm gonna say it. Like with the police that arrested me here before, pull me over. And they pull me over. It's not nothing really to say to them, really. I guess, you can, whatever. But when they arrested me, I tell them, hey, what you're doing is wrong, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Yeah. And they know what they're doing is wrong. They know that shit. They admit that shit. They're like, oh yeah, but it's a job. That's how, they're cowards. That's what it always comes down to. People in a hierarchical system, they always say it's a job.
It was okay. So there was the I played a lot of sports in high school, and then I watched my high school friends turn into different professions and different university stuff, it was like the guys that couldn't be jocks. I mean, I was a jock. I had a jock on after school every day, and I was playing sports, the kind of sports you were a jock in. And there was guys on the sidelines that were like, I don't know, they never really got out on the field. And those guys on the benches are the guys that became police. The guys that actually have sportsmanship type values, we're above the police, and we don't even bother talking to police, right? You know, the real sportsmanship type values are the things that really connect us. So we don't bother, like we're not seeking power. We're not seeking to get out on the field. We are on the field, and we're playing the game, you know? And you pay to play, and you get paid to play. And that's what being professional sports thinking is about. Sportsmanship.
America is all sports thinking. I'm going to say that. America is sport thinking, and those sports thinking mentalities usually are people who join the military. And they're playing on the field, and they're the ones who die and get injected with whatever poison.
Sacrifice.
You know, that's their role. You know, in their minds, they're doing something real and tangible. They're doing something that means something in their mind. They feel that, like, it's emotional with them. But in the long run, then you got other guys who are just more intelligent, and they're the ones who kind of just pull their strings. You know, they're the more intelligent types. But then you got guys who are above those more intelligent types who control them. You know, it's just who controls who. You know, which group controls who, and they all work for each other in some form.
And some groups will be given power for a certain time period to fulfill a certain goal, and then when they're not needed, it's killed off. Right.
You know, it's like we are our worst enemies. We can be. We can be our worst enemies. It seems like, right, on the surface, 'cause that's the conclusion I'm seeing a lot. Well, we're the problem. Humanity is the problem. But no, it's something that kind of aligned itself with humanity on a genetic level. Like it kind of sat itself remote control humanity from within. And on the surface, it looks like the human is actually doing it, but it's something inside the human, which a lot of people don't understand it's affecting its destiny in a way.
And this thing you're talking about, that's the computers, right, down below.
Yeah, and the computers are doing it through the medulla. That medulla is it's something that just goes over everybody's head. They just take it for granted. They don't realize that's a scientific, highly advanced piece of equipment there that was installed into us. And they start jamming.
Modified. Yeah, I mean, it controls the chemistry in your brain, so.
Your neurology, it can affect you through your neurology. Come on, I mean, that's
it. You don't need a microchip. It's already there.
Yeah, you can. When you and this programming is inside it is safe and not safe, right? You can have somebody do whatever you want them to do based off those two things, safe and not safe. Well, it's safe to be good, safe to be unsafe to be bad. Well, good and bad is easily manipulated, easily changed, because the priesthoods, you know, they control morality. That's what morality is a force that's to be regulated and economized, like Albert Pike said. So, what is morality? And then you look at in history all those different saints, priesthoods, Saint Bernard. I've been reading about them, man. And you see them, it's like, and you see what they did, what they do. It's just like, wow. They will always have reformers at so many different times, and they would just tell people, "You're a bunch of sinners. Do this," and have everybody getting people to, like, you know, thinking that their way of life is wrong and this is a new way of life. And slowly, they just keep reforming what they term their morality over and over again. The Middle Ages was so many times, so many different saints, so many different priests would just say, "Hey, oh, this is the new way." Like this is, So it was just like it was Christianity being refined. That's what it was. In the Middle Ages, Renaissance, it was just Christian. But actually, no, Middle Ages, it was just being more and more refined, more just redefined, I should say. And then when Renaissance time came, then it was like atheism came out of the Renaissance period, and it was just
Rebirth.
Rebirth. It was like another way of looking at it because people, people.
It means that if there was rebirth, it means that there was something before it, and that's what the Dark Ages were, to shut it down and get rid of that. That
it was to make people get out of that, like superstitious, but yet still have control.
I think it was more like there was technology that was, and the civilization was more advanced back then, and then they put you in the Dark Ages so that a time would pass and then you would forget. So Renaissance, rebirth, so you're birthing again.
I'm talking about I'm not talking about that level, like where it's just the rebirth of technology and they're having scientific thought. I'm talking about like the control of they had people who were really superstitious, but for people to have that technology, the thought, all this new thought and ideas, they couldn't be superstitious like they were in the Middle Ages. So they had to give them something else, and they called it. A lot of it was like atheism. It was like more rational. They were more rational, but Christianity still existed. It still ran things. Because if you were labeled an atheism back then, I think you were still killed off.
Just the fact that there's religions and people following them means that they're all superstitious. So.
Yeah. And then
I don't know if it's changed as much. I mean, in the Middle Ages,
it's more leniency. It's more leniency towards things, because supposedly what become.
They made it and then they put them right back in. Though it wasn't like.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, a lot of those
they just
guys
adjusted it. It was just
some of those guys didn't believe in they would say they did, because that was like saying, "Oh yeah, I'm a Democrat," but you don't believe in anything. It's like, Bush and Clinton. Like, do they really believe in democracy and republicanism, whatever? They don't believe in that. They just say that so they can have a certain amount of votes from. It's like Francis Bacon. He was probably a registered Christian, openly to everybody else, but he didn't believe in that stuff. He believed in it on another level, but he didn't follow it like everyday Christians did.
Their religion is something else.
Yeah, it was another type of religion.
Do you think the presidents believe in the laws?
In the laws?
Yes.
Yeah, they believe in laws. They believe in laws because they understand the book of the law.
Do you think they obey the version. Do you think they obey the laws?
The law. You see, you gotta understand what law is like.
Well, I'm talking about
hang on a second. You're talking about the book of the law? I'll give you two references to that. I mean, there's the book of the law written by occultist, idiot, homosexual weirdo Aleister Crowley, and then there's the law. If you go to avalon.yale.edu, you'll see the kind of law that's real. Go to that law. Don't listen to fucktard occult shit. Because ultimately, there's probably in the world a group of witch bitches that will deceive you, use you, sacrifice you. Don't listen to the witches. Listen to the type of law, the type of light, the type of truth that comes through Yale University, like the real law. And don't think that there's a cult in Yale University that's gonna use occult shit to control people. No, the University of Yale.
Like, what's your definition of occult?
It teaches the real law. It doesn't teach the bullshit.
What's your definition of occult?
Oh yeah, well I don't know,
because when I think of occult, I think of everything as occult, even the law that we, even the law, your constitution is occult.
Don't just, the
I don't mean like
business, right? I mean, you got to start thinking like a Supreme Court judge more than like some loser that's manipulated by an occult system of bullshit. And even the like you were talking about that Hebrew Kabbalah secret stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Supreme Court judge doesn't think about Hebrew Kabbalah.
No, I know, but he understands legalism, and there's things that he says because he understands the language of legalism that most people would never even get. But then it depends what judges you're talking about. It depends what judge handles what case, right? Right. If it is a judge who handles, say, a case where a guy brings free politicians and Freemasons, high people, and if that's a judge, right, who handling that, it's probably a judge who's gonna know, be aware of that, who's handling that case. Because if he can say, "Oh, you're a toonie," doing an inside, saying calling somebody a loony or a toonie when it means something else, he definitely has some type of knowledge, inside knowledge of something. That's just my perspective. Like, not every judge knows. They know the law. They understand law to an extent, But then I've heard other people say that, like they call themselves facilitators, like Sister Jones, the facilitator. What does that word really mean? Facilitator, it means like, it comes from the word facile in French, easy. They make things easier for you. That's what they're saying. They're here to make your life easier. They're here to make it easier. That's what it supposedly means. But and when I listened to the contract law guy, he was saying, he's like, yeah, they're trying to make it easy. They want to help you. And I'm like, huh? What do you mean they want to help you? He's like, yeah, they want to help you. Because they're giving you the opportunities, basically how you word it. Something like they're giving you an opportunity to get remedy or whatever. I don't know. When I look at it, I don't really. Then they maybe in their minds they want to help people, maybe, but I don't see that they're helping in the long run. That's from what I see. When you look at the big picture, are they helping the problem? Are they solving the problem, or are they adding to it? I don't know. It's like a Christian. He thinks, oh, I'm going to go out and I'm helping people. I want to help. But he's not helping the problem. He's making it worse because he's spreading his cancerous religious theology thought to everybody, thinking he's helping.
So what were you going to say about the mentality of the Supreme Court judge?
Oh, just go to Avalon, AVALON .law.yale.edu. That's avalon.law.yale.edu for the Lillian Goldman Law Library that contains documents in law history and diplomacy from 4000 BC to post 21st century.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah. I think that's where they get their remedy ideas.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
And they've even got they've got lots here.
Well, what's remedy? Remedy is second medi. It's the answer to medi. Remedy. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna go eat my dinner.
Yeah, well, have a great dinner, man. We'll call together and get more, like, do something fun, right? We're gonna spread good code, and we're gonna make good music, and we're gonna be loyal to the brothers in the fraternity.
Oh.
All right. Sounds good.
I'm loyal to creation.
Exactly. And you know what? The human being was made in the image of God, So the best way to respect God is to respect your fellow human being. Can I get somebody to applaud to that or something?
I'm loyal to creation, and creation created God, and God is equal.
Sure. You know that's a good way of thinking about it too.
Creator God is just equal with human beings, and He doesn't want human beings to know that.
Well, all right, Jared. I'll hopefully
later,
talk to you next weekend.
All right. Good night, guys.
Awesome
Bye.
talking to you guys.
Good night, guys.
All right. Good night. Bye.
conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.